Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning.
Chapter 1. Karul. Eeny, meeny, miny, moo. My eyes travel across the bodies that grace the dance floor, each a little box of delight to be unwrapped and defiled. Catch a brat by the toe. I wonder which one I will have tonight. Of course, I've had them all before, and each brings their unique technique and specialties. I guess it's a case of what I am in the mood for. I lean back on the bar and drain my glass as the pleasure of the alcohol mixes with my desire. I watch as the human women eye me from the dance floor. I cut a fine figure with short platinum hair, a black shirt, a purple tunic, and pants. I wear my pants tight. The ladies like it that way. You see, I know the way things work. I can see behind the screen. Things don't just happen. Dark elves such as I make them happen. Any moment now, I whisper. Sorry? Akura asks me. Akura is a friend, a typical elf of highborn status and low brain capacity. He likes to stick his manhood in things, spend his father's money, and cry at his mother's feet when anything goes wrong. He's not like me. Never worry, Akura, I tell him. I was just... Then, the club doors burst open, not to my surprise, I must add. By the mother, what's all this about? Akura shouts, as if he is somehow important enough to have any authority. Me, I whisper, but no one hears. They aren't meant to. I watch my father's men as they stumble like idiots about the dark club looking for me. Oh, less of that, one of the girls calls out as one of them can't help himself in grabbing a feel of her perky, tiny tit. I laugh. Turn the lights on, one of my father's men shouts, and with a clang of a switch, his wish is granted. The club now goes silent. All their sins and secrets are exposed in the harsh light and frozen in time. Everyone wonders if the elves are looking for them, but they aren't. Karul! He shouts again as his eyes spin around the room until they find and fix themselves on me. I wave. He plods over to me. It is Hittus, a heavy-handed dark elf with a good head on his shoulders, and one not to rule out too quickly. Ah, Hittus. Always a pleasure to see you. To what do I owe this honor? I smile wide with my head slightly cocked to one side. Young Karul, I thought I would find you here, Hittus says, wiping the sweat from his brow. You know me too well, I reply. I have orders from your father to bring you home, Hiatus tells me. Really? I ask, ensuring my mask that hides my excitement is in place. Has the family fallen? I only went out for the evening. I joke with him. He laughs at that. I can assure you, young sir, the family can survive a night or two without you. Everything all right? A drunk Akura bungles in again, trying to field a sense of importance. All in hand, Akura, I tell him. Good, good. Well, if you need me, I'll be over there. He points toward the corner to a sweet little thing that gives him a seductive wave. I look at Hittus and see a want in his eye as he ogles Akura's passport to pleasure for the evening. Hittus? I gently say. He quickly breaks from his stare like a caught schoolboy. Yes, I must ask you to accompany us. Your father bids it. Well, if father bids it, how can I refuse? Hittis bows at that, and I return it. Lead on, Hittis. Akora stumbles off as Hittis leads me toward the door. You know, Hittis, if you ever need the company of a woman, just let me know, I tell him with a poke of my elbow. I can almost hear the excitement of the thought bouncing in his head. Well, things haven't been great at home, in that department lately. It's a short ride from the club to my father's house, a grand place, as expected, in the important part of town. I wait for Hittis to exit first, and for him to hold the carriage door open as I step onto the pavement. The night air is sharp with a hint of perfume, and I breathe it in before walking up the steps to another door opened by someone else. I turn to Hittis, who has followed me, and ask, "The study, I take it?" "No, young sir, the conference room." "Oh, fancy," I joke, but I know all too well it would be. "A bit of advice, if I may, sir," Hittis says. "You may, Hittis, you may." "I'd try and sober up a bit if I were you." He lowers his eyes and hurries off down the corridor. If he only knew just how sober I am. I turn on my heel and head up the grand marble stairs. I scrape the soles of my shoes as I go. I like how it echoes through the cold halls of my father's house, signaling my presence. I take a moment, just a brief one, before I push the large doors of the conference room open. The chattering within fades to stony silence as I enter. Quite the crowd, I must admit, have gathered in my honor. I glance around at the elder elves seated, and am impressed by how many, if not all, have made the effort. My eyes shift toward him, my father Karag, with a look on his face I have seen 1,000 times and have come to despise. "Father!" I call out, my voice bouncing around the bitter walls of the room and into the ear of every elf here. Then, for added effect, I stumble just a little. "You're drunk!" Father raises himself from his seat. Again. On cue, the rest of the elder elves stand and make their objections to my perceived state known rather loudly. "I can smell the wine from here," one of the old bastards shouts. "A disgrace! Look at the clothes he wears!" Another one. "This boy needs to be put in his place, Karak." And another. I let it wash over me. It means nothing to me. Why would it? "How dare you, Karl?" my father says. The rest of the elder elves settle in their seats. They, like I, know what is ahead. "Forgive me, father," I say with a bow. "Drunkenness, disloyalty, debauchery. Never did I dream that a son of mine would be so debased and depraved. And what in the name of the mother is going on with that hair?" he shouts. His face turns red and I bow my head. An elder elf coughs. It's always a telling sign. "If you will forgive me, there are matters to be addressed," one of the elder elves says. He must have an appointment to have his balls licked in the lower end of town. Yes, I understand." Karag agrees. "Karul. Our family has reached a crossroads, and our enemies grow stronger by the day. This calls for action. This calls for each of us to stand and be counted. That includes you." I summoned my boyish eyes, blinking to hide my real emotions under my thick eyelashes. "Father, it pains me to hear such words. My soul aches at the thought of our long and proud family under threat. I throw myself before you and ask, what would you have a wretch like me do?" I fall to my knees for added effect. "Your words please me, boy, for I have found a solution," Karag announces, more to the elders than me. "Go on, father." I'm intrigued. "You are to marry Farah Clutaro," he announces further. I hear the intake of breath of the elders. My father begins, and I listen. "Such a marriage to the mighty and extremely influential Clutaro family will forge a bond that, Karul, will ultimately save us. Our future lies with you. However, it pains me to say it. You are our only hope." I feel the glare of my father upon me, and take a second to enjoy his concern at my possible answer. I hide my grin to the floor until I can push inward and solemnly raise my head. "Well, boy, what is your answer?" My father shows his impatience. I look around the elder elves, their eyes fixed on my face, and I know that all this is now in the palm of my hand. These fools have spent their lives clinging to the coattails of others to maintain their positions of so-called high status. I cough. I like coughing. It always unnerves a room before you are about to speak. I rise to my feet and feel the power that I have in this room right now, and that excites me more than any woman with her feet and hands tied to a bed. Without question, Father, I would give my life for the family. I speak calmly and firmly. I am in this moment, without question. I can almost feel the collapse of the elder elves with relief at my words. My father's eyes are more concerned with them than with me. There will be no touch, no thanks. But I no longer care about that because it's all going according to plan.
Chapter 2. Jasmine. I knew the day would come. There were times when I tried to convince myself that it wouldn't, that this room where they have kept me locked up would be my last place. How naive, I mutter bitterly. Can't make them money locked in an ivory tower. My pretty prison, with a large, comfortable bed, the thick sheets that I hide under at night. The beautiful handcrafted dressing table rests on a purple velvet carpet, which caresses my bare feet when I walk upon it. I'm on that bed right now, looking up at the dark oak ceiling. Its patterns twirl and swirl, and I follow them, but I have never reached its end. My pretty prison is coming to an end. It has one window, and only a little light gets in. I sit up on the bed and let my feet fall onto the soft, warm carpet. They sink in as I walk across the room to my lonely window, brushing one finger across my dressing table as I pass. The view is the same as yesterday, with really no view at all from the 4th floor in this auction house of evil. The back of windowless brick buildings and an alleyway below, which no one seems ever to walk through. Yet out there is freedom. Through a thin pane of glass, it teases me. I put my hand to the cool glass and try to feel it, but it is beyond me now. "There's one hiding here, sir," the dark elf growls. My heart races as the door slowly opens, and I turn to see the evil eyes staring at me. "Quite the looker. Catch a pretty price, this one. Keep your dirty hands off her. Hear me." Another hisses as he reaches out his hand and strokes my hair. "Please." My words fall on deaf ears. "Ain't you a doll, sweetie?" His voice echoes through all my years. I look up, and I hope to see it, the little parvo that comes now again and preaches itself upon the floor of the building opposite. If I sat still, I could hear its song drift to me. Its tones would tingle my muscles, and sometimes I would dance to the tune of the little parvo. But today, it has not come. Perhaps, much like myself, its destiny now lies elsewhere. However, my friend, the parvo, has a choice. My destiny lies in the hands of the highest bidder. I breathe onto the window and draw a little shape of myself. I watch as I disappear from view, consumed by the glass and travelling through to the outside into the freedom of the street. Oh, why do I torment myself with such foolish notions? My fate is as sealed as the door that keeps in here. It only opened when I had to attend my lessons on how to please a dark elf, my future master. They treat me well. Under any other circumstances, this would be a paradise. My beauty must be persevered at all costs. My body must be smooth, my hair must be perfectly styled, and my face must be only treated with the finest ointments and creams. My scent must be that of a queen, yet it is no life at all. I watched every moment, and I can feel their eyes even on me now. For I am their prize, my worth must be maintained, my perfection sold. My life before is but fragments, but I do remember it hard. I remember being hungry and always being cold. "Is there more, Mamma?" I look at her, but her face is a blur. "I'm sorry, my dear, there is not. Perhaps you sleep," my mother tells me. "I'm cold," I say. "Papa will be home soon with some wood for the fire. We'll get you all warm beside it. Hold on, Jasmine, hold on, my pet." I sense the sadness in my mother's voice. They are just faded pictures that come to me in dreams, my family. I wonder if they think of me, or if I am just a memory that's best forgotten because the pain of my being gone is too much to bear. I play out the scene in bed at night, wrapped in the warmth of pending sleep. Sometimes I escape in a fire that burns down this auction house. Sometimes it is a man who sees my pain and dares a rescue that ferries me away. But it always ends the same. I find them, my family, my friends, and life begins again for me. I don't care if I am cold or hungry. Happiness is found elsewhere, in the eyes and arms of those who love you, not in dark elves who plan to buy you. Tomorrow I will be 20, and tomorrow I will be sold. As I leave my window as the light begins to fade for the last time, I know there will be no fire tonight or daring rescue. Dark elves are the cruelest of them all, and I am a doll, their plaything. That frightens me because, at least here, I know. I know that I will wake up. I know I will be treated well, fed, and occasionally given fresh air in the small courtyard with the artificial grass that hurts my feet. Who will buy me? And what will they be like? What am I to expect of this dark elf? And worse still, what will he expect of me? They like their fetishes and perversions, and my sole purpose will be to fulfill those dark desires. And the images flash in my head of chains, whips, and pain. Worse still, throw to a mass of sweat-covered elves who will use me one after the other. I fall onto the bed and bury my bed in the sheets until the visions of sexual torture and perversion fade. I turn, lie on my back, and play my game of following the twirls and swirls on the ceiling, trying to reach the end. The hours have ticked slowly by. My room has gradually faded to black, and I have chosen not to light my lamp, but be guided by the moonlight as it rises above the buildings outside and sneaks through my window to signal a day and my birthday. What if he is kind? An old rich elf who is just looking for some company around his massive palace of a house, a lonely sort with a library and no thoughts of taking me roughly over the kitchen sink. Could there be such a dark elf? Games in the garden on a sunny afternoon, dinner parties where he shows me off and expects nothing else. He helps me seek out my family and buys them a house. But then, one day, his son comes to visit a dark elf of the darker kind. Would I be expected to please him? Indulge his wicked fantasies? There is no hope. Every avenue I travel leads me to a cold, empty room of misery. As the moonlight creeps through my window, I pass into my 20th year frightened and alone, and pray the dawn does not come. Rise! I hear the door of my room open suddenly, and the voice of the head elf servant jolts me from my sleep. I must have passed over before light. I did not dream last night. I sit up as I know I am supposed to when they enter. One by one, they hoard into my room, little baying elf servants, frightened and light to the touch for fear of damaging me, which would result in 1,000 lashes painted on their backs. Come with me, the head elf servant says. I must dress, I tell him. No need. Just do as you are told, like a good little doll. He grins at me. I climb out of bed and stand, all their eyes watching me. But where? I try to ask. Shh. Remember, the head servant elf says, putting his finger to his lips, yet his eyes widen in threat. So I don't speak further, only wait until his next command. This way, the head elf instructs as he walks out of the room into the corridor, and I follow with 2 elves on each side of me and 2 behind. If I chose to run now, where would I even run to? Might they be afraid to tackle me for fear of damaging me? I put those thoughts out of my head as we walk toward the elevator at the end of the corridor. It is large enough to accommodate us all. One of the servant elves grabs the grill gate and slams it shut. I hate this lift. I hate its screeching and jolting, as if it's in pain as it travels us downward to a floor I have never been to before. I jump as the gate of the elevator is pulled open. I feel the warm air on my face and the smell of lavender and rose. This way, doll, this way, the head servant elf says as he gently brushes past me and into the room. I follow the other elves and find myself in a large room with a pool. The walls are covered with crisp white and purple tiles, and a statue of a naked dark elf with a bulge stands looming over the pool. "Time for your special bath," the servant dark elf announces. The elf servants approach me and begin to remove my nightdress. I watch the head servant elf eye my naked body. "We want her like a jewel. She auctions this afternoon," the head servant says as he turns to leave. The slamming of the lift gate matches the fear that jolts through me at those words. I wish I had run. I wish I had never hidden in that cardboard all those years ago. I wish.
Chapter 3. Karul. I chuckle when I think about the events of several nights ago. I sent my idiot father to bed thinking his rebellious little upstart of a son had finally seen the light and would toe the family line. "Ha!" I bark out triumphantly, knowing this is anything but. I murmur to myself, I won't have those leeches riding off my coattails. Little does my father know, I have no intention of following through with his marriage plans. The family can be damned as far as I am concerned. I would watch in pleasure as it fell into the sea. I let out another chuckle, thinking of him smiling himself to sleep for the past 3 nights, snoring and farting himself to dreamland, the vile creature that he is. "What's so funny?" Akura asks. "He's dressed like a clown as usual. He has no sense of style whatsoever." "Your tunic," I reply. "I will have you know this magnificent tunic coat 5 epia, my man," Akura protests. "They must have seen you coming, dear Akura," I scoff. "Or perhaps your purse." "You're such a bastard, Karul, you know that," he says as he folds his arms, leans back on the seat and sulks. "Come now, I only jest. I'm just jealous. It's a marvelous tunic, surely to be the envy of every dandy elf in town," I tell him. He perks up. "You think?" "Yes, I do, Akura. And we, my dear fellow, have arrived," I say as the carriage slows to a stop. We sit and wait for one of my servants to open the door. A handy little fellow called Thomas, who can source almost any vice or depravity in town. "Sir," Thomas says as he opens the carriage door. I rise and exit the carriage with my usual grace. "I will need you to accompany me inside. Your skills may be required." I tell him as I stop and bow to let several ladies on the street pass me by. Ladies. They giggle and immediately unleash their fans. I can smell their wanton sin. "Come, Akura. I have business to attend to," I shout back as he flutters about the carriage like a mad papillion. "I've lost my purse," he calls out from inside. I look at Thomas, who gives me a wink and tosses me Akura's purse. "Don't worry, my dear Akura, it'll turn up. I'll cover your expenses until it does," I shout to him. Akura stumbles out of the carriage. "You're such a good chap, Karul. I appreciate that." "Thomas, make sure the driver searches the carriage for poor Akura's purse," I say. "Consider it done, sir," Thomas replies. "Come, Akura, time waits for no elf." I grab his arm and we walk to the grand steps of the auction house. "Driver, find that purse or I'll have your balls," Thomas shouts behind us. As expected, the grand doors of the auction house open just in time for us to pass handsomely through. I look around and see that it is busy today. Expected as the word is, there are some fine females on offer. One in particular seems to be causing the dirty little elf rumor mill to go into overdrive. "Are you sure about this?" Akura asks me. "As sure as I know you will keep your mouth shut," I tell him with a look that he understands. "You have my word, but with your marriage but a week away, this will bring trouble, my friend," Akura says. "Let's get you a drink," I tell him, and he smiles. A sober Akura can sometimes be troublesome. "Indeed, it is more than past 11, Akura joyfully states. I look around and notice that Thomas has already worked his magic as a waiter, hurries toward me with a rather large tray of drinks. "Sir, may we indulge with our very fine selection?" the rather tall human waiter asks. "Yes," Akura replies. "You may." taking a drink in each hand. "I'll refrain," I tell the waiter, "but be sure to shadow my friend. He has quite a thirst." "Karul," a loud voice calls from across the room. I turn to see my contact here, Ishus. He owes me from that time I managed to unstick him from a rather sticky mess he'd got himself into. "Good to see you again, Ishus," I smile as ever. "If you will follow me to the VIP, I will personally ensure you have everything you need," Ishus says. He leads, and we all follow, including the tall human waiter still at Akura's side. Ishus leads us up a small flight of rather beautiful stairs, to a door with an oversized, low-born dark elf guarding it. As we approach, the elf moves to one side as Ishus leads us in. And oh, is this VIP on my level, with lush sofas and naked human females serving drinks and most likely everything else. I turn to see Akura looking like he has just arrived in paradise. "This is why I like hanging out with you," Akura tells me as we settle into our little section with the best view of the auction floor. "Enjoy. I hope you find what you seek," Ishu says as he backs away, disappearing before our eyes. Akura downs another drink. He's now in a successful state that I can manipulate. "So, what exactly are we looking for?" Akura says, slightly slurred. "Perfection is what I seek, Akura. Perfection," I tell him. "But my dear Karul, perfection comes in many forms, good hips, big tits, or a face that is so innocent. Yet would it suck the life from your manhood? It's all relative." "Yes, any of those would, of course, do. All I need is a bride. Yet why settle for diamonds when there is a chance at a risk of xanthanite? Hold tight, Akura. Hold tight." I tell him. I feel the need for a drink, but I resist. The time for celebration will come. But it is not now. I need my wits about me. "Welcome, welcome," a voice calls from the stage before us. A well-dressed dark elf steps into the stage light, his teeth bright and eyes wide with delight. "I am Fedoras, and I shall be your auctioneer, and more than that, your guide through the most beautiful human females and, of course, not forgetting the best jewels you will ever set eyes on," Fedoras announces, much to the excitement of the audience. "They hoot like minotaurs or, the mother forbid, orcs," I say. Akura quickly refrains from hooting and says, "Animals, the lot of them," and takes another drink. And so it begins. The steady stream of what I admit are some of the most beautiful boxes of delight I have ever seen. But I must not let my judgment be ruled by the bulge that has grown from this caravan of pleasure that assaults my eyes. I remain calm as this first round of bidding begins. "That one, Karul!" Akura shouts at me. "Surely that one. Look at her tits, her lips, those eyes. How my other self grows stiff in their gaze." "Sold," Fedoras calls out over and over. Every time he does a little dance that annoys me, yet seems to excite my fellow elves. "Act, man, act, there will be nothing left," Akura tells me. Yet something tells me to hold tight. I scan the room and notice a few other elves that are composed and, like me, appear to be waiting, not to shoot a load too soon. "Patience, Akura, or Thani was not built in a day," I tell him. "I want to screw them all," Akura cries out. He gets a cheer from the crowd below, which means nothing to me. Because I have, and I'm not here for that. I'm here for a doll. "A doll," I whisper, still needing a drink but still resisting because I'm playing a game that these fools will never understand. "Deliver me a doll." "A what? A drink?" Akura asks, more drunk than the last time he spoke. I look to Thomas, who stands in the corner, understanding everything, and I nod to him. He is ready. "And now, my gentle elves, it is time to reveal. That's if you are ready, and have not peed in your breeches at the sight of those beautiful creatures that have paraded their possibilities before you," Fedoras calls out to now a primarily drunk bunch of horny elves. "Only those with money or dark intent are left," I say, but Akura is too busy asserting the rights of humans with an older dark elf on the table next, who quite rightly objects. "Silence, please!" Fedoras calls out, and a hush descends upon the room. It's not often a jewel is revealed and put on the market. I hold my breath, for this would be the icing on their cake. I gave you Jasmine! Fedoras does not shout those words. He merely speaks to them as he knows what steps onto the stage is not a jewel. It is a doll. It is the most exquisite form that I have ever seen, and it will be mine. By the hedonist! Akura exclaims. Indeed, I reply and nod to Thomas, who rushes out the door. We have work to do. The first bit, please, gentle elves, Fedoras says. Now's not the time to raise my hand. I need to let Thomas work his magic. So I wait as her price climbs higher, but yet I smile as those bids are fewer. Do your work, Thomas. It is down to the last two when Thomas slips back into the room. His presence reassures me that I am good to go. I raise my hand and the room gasps. It is a high price, but ultimately my father will pay. The room is silent. We wait, but I know no more bids will come. Going, gone, Fedoras proclaimed. Then all eyes in the room turn to me, but I move back from their view, fetch a drink from the tall human, let it flow down my throat in one, and fall back onto the sofa. Fetch her, Thomas, I command. Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too.
Chapter 4. Jasmine. Sold! To the elf in the balcony. And with that, I am sold. The crowd erupts into murmurs and discontent, but I can barely hear them. My fate is sealed, and now I must play my part perfectly, lest I never find the chance to escape. As I stare out at the countless faces, my body is a shaky mess of nerves that threaten to undo my composure. I stand there, wondering what will happen to me now. The thought could be overwhelming if I let it. But I won't. My head is held high, and outwardly I'm a vision of confidence, but inside I'm falling to pieces. My nerves are shot, not knowing that soon I will meet the elf that bought me. I look up at the VIP boxes, trying to catch a glimpse of the elf that placed the highest bid. But he is nowhere to be found. It's funny being put up for purchase as a slave because part of the worry is not being good enough or worth the money. I try to squelch the thought away and stick to the plan I made myself. I will bide my time, accept my fate, and at a later time find a way to escape. Surely it will be easier to escape one man than it would to escape the entirety of the auction house. I take a steadying breath and look out at the leering dark elves gazing upon my barely clothed form. Any one of them could have bought me today. My life from here was decided by a roll of a dice. The air is thick with the musk of ancient wood and the incense that curls lazily from braziers set around the room. My heart hammers behind my ribs, the only sound loud enough to challenge the murmur of the crowd. It has been mere minutes since I was sold, yet it feels like a million years. "You, come," says a servant, ushering me off the stage. I follow obediently, head bowed, but inside I'm awake, alert, and already plotting my next move. The scent of rich mahogany and the soft glow of enchanted lanterns envelop me as I'm led upstairs into the VIP lounge, a stark contrast to the chaos of the stalls below. "I am Thomas, and you, girl, will listen to me," the servant, Thomas, says. He leads into one of the booths. I notice a figure lounging on a blood-red sofa. "Kneel," Thomas hisses at me, and I obey, the plush carpet pressing against my knees. My gaze fixes on the intricate patterns below me, tracing them as if they might reveal an escape route, a hidden passage to freedom. "Look at me," a deep voice commands, slicing through the thick silence. I lift my gaze to meet smouldering eyes set in a noble visage. Power and mystery radiate from this dark elf, my master. "I am Karul, and now I own you," Karul says. Karul's uncaring eyes meet mine, and there's something there, a depth that his carefree facade doesn't fully conceal. Maybe, just maybe, I can use that to my advantage. He lounges with deceptive ease. His platinum hair is unusually short for a dark elf of nobility, leaving the vicious scar that crosses his neck exposed. His brooding eyes fixate on me with an intensity that could peel back the layers of my soul. "You're a beautiful doll, aren't you?" he muses, his tone light but underlaid with steel. There's fire behind those sparkling blue eyes. Yet here you are, poised and composed. Beneath this obedient shell, my mind is a whirlwind of thoughts, each one a desperate grasp at the hope I've been clinging to. "Are you afraid?" Karul tilts his head, studying me as if I am a puzzle to be solved. "Terrified," I admit, because vulnerability can also be a weapon. "Good." Karul's lips curve into a half smile, acknowledging my strategy. He's more than he appears. This dark elf noble with scars that tell tales of survival. His black shirt and a purple tunic, matched with a pair of tight pants, aren't exactly the common outfit of someone in his position. I notice a crude-looking necklace resting against his chest, a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding us. It adds to the illusion of this noble dark elf who presents himself as anything but, yet his presence buzzes with a commanding sense of power. It is consuming. I put together the pieces quickly, assessing the enigmatic elf I am up against. I recognise his tactics, a facade, showing all the things you want people to see on the outside and shoving away the ugly parts of yourself, the trauma and the pain, your true desires down deep on the inside. It's like looking in a mirror. "What do you think, Akura?" Karul asks another elf seated beside a table of drinks. "A vision," Akura replies. "Would you like to screw her?" Karul asks Akura, who looks down at the drink in his hand. "Well, I mean, of course not. She belongs to you," Akura stutters. "Correct answer, Akura," Karul replies. The authority in his voice almost makes me flinch, though I do well to suppress the urge. "Thomas, make ready the carriage," Karul commands. Thomas bows and exits quickly without a single word, leaving us in an oppressive silence. His gaze then turns to Akura, who quickly gets the message and follows out the door. The space between us is charged with a tension I can't quite name. He stands before me. His gaze is inscrutable as he unrolls a piece of parchment. From what I can make out, the script is elegant, but its content is likely anything but. "This is your contract," he begins, his baritone voice resonating through the room. "It binds you to me. From this moment forward, I am your master." The words should spark fear, or perhaps defiance within me. Instead, there's a strange calm. This was expected, inevitable. But there's something beneath his words, a depth I hadn't anticipated from someone of his kind. "Your name?" Karul asks me. "Jasmine," I say respectfully. My name is the only thing I possess that is truly mine, and now he owns even that. His sharp eyes capture mine, and for a moment, I worry he can see through my own facade of obedience I've crafted. He steps closer, and I fight the instinct to recoil. His fingers are gentle, albeit firm, as they lift my chin, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. Jasmine, he repeats, as if tasting my name, committing it to memory. A fitting name for someone so delicate and yet so resilient. I want to scoff at his assessment. He knows nothing of my resilience. But his touch, unexpectedly warm, ignites something within me, something like hope, or perhaps the ember of rebellion. It's a dangerous thing, I remind myself. It could burn me alive. And yet, as I look into Karul's eyes, I can't help but wonder if this man, who so obviously to me defies expectations and hides his own scars beneath a veneer of nobility, might just be the ally I need in this gilded cage. Karul's fingers are cold against my skin as he releases my chin and steps back, surveying me with those intense eyes that seem to strip away the walls I've built around myself. The room is cloaked in shadows, save for the flickering light of a single candle that casts an eerie glow on his platinum hair. Each strand is like a thread of moonlight, unnaturally beautiful. Jasmine, he begins, his deep voice smooth as the dark purple fabric flowing from his shoulders. You will do. In fact, you're just perfect for the role. My heart stutters. Role? What role? Confusion knots inside me, twisting the barrage of worrying thoughts crossing my mind. What role? I manage to ask. My voice is barely a whisper, but it echoes in the vastness of the lounge, bouncing off the high ceiling and the heavy drapes that shroud the windows. He doesn't answer immediately. Instead, he circles me, footsteps silent on the plush carpet. I feel like prey under the scrutiny of a predator, though his gaze holds no malice, only an intensity that sets my pulse racing. Jasmine, he muses, as if tasting the name on his lips. The sound of my name on his lips sparks a primal nervousness that sends a cascade of goosebumps down my back. In fact, you just might be the perfect thing. He looks at me curiously. Confusion clouds my thoughts. What role could he possibly mean? A servant? An attendant? A pawn in some political game? My brow furrows as I try to work out what he could possibly have planned for me after bidding so high. A shiver rolls through me. His lips curl, cloaking his features behind a sinister smile. His eyes sweep down my body as he nods assertively. You, little doll, are going to be my new mate.
Chapter 5. Karul. The girl is rather quiet as I bring her to her new home, a mansion fit for royalty kept in secret from my family's prying eyes. Thomas has already left, traveling ahead of us to prepare for our arrival. Akura, why don't you get yourself a drink while I show Jasmine around, I say, as a delighted Akura makes his way towards my study. He clearly doesn't need to be told twice. The one thing he's good for is I grasp for a moment alone with this beautiful creature. Of course, she'll also need the rundown of what is to come. Her presentability will be a problem without proper guidance. Come, now, I order her. The way her eyes light up as she follows me through the mansion's extensive halls brings me a sense of joy and pride I hadn't anticipated. Backdrops of marble flooring and elegant fixtures against her still bare form highlights a luxury she's clearly never experienced. I lead her to her room, hearing her choke on a stifled gasp as she takes in the elaborate bedroom. The mere space of it is probably something she's not accustomed to. It leads me to briefly wonder what her conditions must have been like back at the auction house. She turns to face me. Her curvy bosom threatened to derail my resolve. I clamp down on the feeling, remembering her station as a human commodity, and clear my throat. We're going to be getting married tonight, I say dryly, watching as her chest rises and falls. I'm drawn again to her curvaceous body and the way her chest softly shifts when she breathes. Gods, I'm going to have to clothe her if I expect to get anything done. Her brows rise all the way to her hairline as the shock running through her body appears to rattle the composure she's impressively held so far. "So soon," she stutters, looking at me with fear. I peel my gaze from her perfectly curved body and take a step away from her. "Yes, but once we are married, you will no longer be my slave. You will be my mate." I pause, giving her time to swallow the parameters of her new life. "Okay," she says slowly. Her shimmering blue eyes take me in, and I get the feeling she's seeing past my walls. It is as intriguing as it is unnerving. I walk across the room, shaking off her stare. As I was saying, you are going to be my mate, and will present us as such. She nods in agreement. "If you are obedient and do your job properly, I won't do anything to hurt you. We must sleep together on our first night, however, to cover the basis of our marriage." I say this as directly as I can, though I can't deny the sliver of excitement that flickers to life within my loins. The moon itself is a mere sliver tonight, casting long, twisted shadows through the gossamer curtains of the opulent chamber. I stand by the towering windows, staring at the distorted silhouettes that mimic the turmoil within me. The non-negotiable terms of this farce echo in my head. We must sleep together on our first night. My gaze falls on her. She's a vision, even now, with uncertainty clouding her features. It's a strange thing to be bound to someone who looks at you as if you are both a savior and a captor. The way her presence seems to be throwing me off track is going to become a problem if I don't gain control of the situation promptly. Furrowing my brow and setting my face in the hardened expression I've been known to wear, I turn from the windows to look at her. I walk over to where she stands with purpose, noticing that though she is visibly shaken, she doesn't even so much as flinch when I approach her. She is smart to present such an obedient front, but the fear behind her eyes shows through, making me consider the fortitude of her resolve. It does not matter. I need her to do this, and could command her if need be, but that doesn't appear to be a problem I'll have to face. "Let's just get this over with," I say, my voice coming out colder than I intended. I've always been good at wearing masks, and tonight won't be any different. The rebellious playboy, useless to his family, that's all they see. But this act, it's not for them, it's for me. She turns to look at me, searching my face for any sign of deceit. I can assure you that my stoic facade tells nothing. My eyes hold secrets darker than the night itself. "Can I trust your words?" Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it breaks the silence like the shattering of glass. "You have no choice," I respond, almost mechanically, detaching my gaze from hers. "But yes, you can." Unable to help myself, I move closer, feeling the heat emanating from her body. "You are truly beautiful, you know. But beauty, it can't move my heart. Not anymore." She pauses at my admission, though I'm unsure why it should matter. Her heart is none of my concern, just as mine is nothing to her. "Is that supposed to comfort me?" The question escapes from her lips. Her desperation hangs in the air. "Take it as you will." My shrug is nonchalant, yet there's a heaviness in the air between us that even dismissive gestures can't dispel. She is speechless, and upon seeing she has nothing left to add, I grab a soft white gown off the bed and hand it to her, gesturing for her to dress herself. As much as I could enjoy seeing her naked all day, this isn't part of the deal. She dresses silently, her breathing heavy and hurried. When she is presentable, she looks to me for directions. "Ready?" I say, turning to face her squarely. She nods quietly. I recognize something in her actions. The decision to comply isn't born of submission but survival. I extend a hand, and she takes it, letting me lead her toward the wedding venue downstairs. The venue is swathed in shadows. Flickering candlelight casts an otherworldly glow upon the twisted columns that rise like the skeletons of forgotten deities. Our footsteps echo against the stone steps, resonating with the rapid beat of my heart. This place, meant for binding souls, feels more like a tomb. "Sir," Thomas's voice is low, almost drowned by the solemn ambience of the venue. His eyes take in Jasmine briefly before returning to mine. Everything is prepared. Good, I reply. We move toward the dais, our procession silent except for the soft whisper of her gown against the ground. I meant it when I said she truly is a beauty. She moves stiffly and unsure of herself, but her head is held high. And so far she is presenting herself as the obedient wife I need her to be. I glance at Akura, noticing his unusual composed features. There's no joy in his eyes, only a quiet resolve. He knows everything, understands everything, and stands here for me as a witness to this travesty of love. I know that he, too, feels the phantom chains of noble birthright that force us into these roles. We both hate our families with passion. Here we go, I tell her, shaking her from whatever thoughts were running through her mind. She takes a deep breath, a long, slow inhale of acceptance, and turns to me, nodding. Okay, she says politely. This is a wedding of appearances, and after this she owes me nothing but her continued compliance. The ceremony begins with ancient words spoken in my elven tongue. The annoyance of the formalities consumes me, but it is all a part of my plan. I just have to power through. The weight of centuries-old traditions presses upon me as I slide into the role that makes a mockery of such tradition. The officiant, someone with no allegiance or loyalty to my father, steps in front of us and begins. Karul, he intones, do you take this woman to be your mate, bound for life? I do, I say, a small smirk itching the corners of my mouth. Jasmine looks almost as annoyed as I feel. I can't help but wonder what is going through her mind. And do you, the officiant turns to her, take this man to be your mate, bound for life? Her voice is barely above a whisper, but she says it assertively despite it. I do. Then, by the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your mate and seal your union with the homage of tradition. He nods to us and steps back. His part in this charade is finished. I step closer to her, and she tilts her head back slightly to meet my gaze. I keep my expression controlled and devoid of emotion despite the flicker of excitement that is coursing through my body. The space between us diminishes as I pull her to me, cupping her jaw with a gentleness that surprises me. I bring my face close to hers. Her warm breaths are slow, panting whispers on my skin. Very good, I murmur, the words sending a spark of feeling long suppressed to my core. My lips brush against her in a delicate act, a contact that is both final and fleeting. The kiss is not one of passion, but of obligation, sealing our fates together in the eyes of those we despise. It's a promise of unity to the world and a declaration of our pact with each other. Nothing more. However, it is truly anything but. The softness of her lips against mine sends an unfamiliar sensation coursing south of my body as she parts for me sensually and demurely. I'm tempted to explore her. The prospect of getting lost in her taste is unexpected. Instead, I pull away, deeming the ritual completed as Jasmine stands dazed, flustered, and frozen, looking at me for our next move.
Chapter 6. Jasmine. So, Jasmine, Karul starts. I look up from the table where my eyes have been focused. In the coming days, we're going to have to spend a good amount of time getting to know each other, he says matter-of-factly. He tips a glass of red wine to his lips as he finishes. Okay, I say obediently, as he expects. Aside from that, I don't know what else I can say. Sitting here in his massive dining room is making my head spin. My chest is tight, and my body feels out of place. It's going to be difficult to figure out my escape if he's going to constantly be around. Also, I'm getting married a week from now. He laughs cruelly as he throws back the rest of his wine. Married? I thought I was confused before, but now I really don't know what to think. How is that possible? I ask. Oh, it was arranged, he says nonchalantly, waving his hand as he waves down a servant to bring him more wine. It won't happen, though. I married you to crush the hopes of my clan, he says, letting out another cynical laugh. The dining hall of Karul's manor is a tomb of shadows. Candles flicker like the last gasps of life in a dying world. I sit across from him, his platinum hair a stark contrast against the darkness that seems to cling to every inch of him. The smell of roasted meat and herbs wafts from the kitchen, but it does little to soothe the tightness in my belly. So, tell me, Jasmine, he begins. His voice is smooth like velvet, yet edged with something dangerous. What is your favourite colour? Green, I reply, my voice a whisper lost in the vastness of the room. The colour of the forest. It's true. I used to dream of being lost amongst towering trees rather than being trapped behind the walls of the auction house. Ah, green. He smiles slightly, and there's a flicker of something genuine in it. It is the colour of life. Mine is black, like the night sky on Orthani. His answer sends a shiver down my spine, but not from fear. Black is the colour of oblivion, of the unknown depths where secrets are kept, much like Karul himself. What food do you like most? I decide to ask, trying to steer away from thoughts of dark skies and darker intentions. Fresh bread, he answers promptly, and that surprises a half smile out of me. With a slice of aged cheese. And you, Jasmine? Do you have a taste for sweets? I hesitate, feeling like every question is a prying finger in my soul. I used to love honey cakes, I admit, recalling a distant memory of sticky fingers and laughter before the auction house stole my freedom. Then we shall have honey cakes for dessert, he declares, ringing a small bell beside him. I notice again the crude necklace around his neck. He's absent-mindedly touched it a few times over the course of the night. I wonder if he even knows he does it. Are there things you hate? He probes. His voice is surprisingly gentle. Chains, I say, narrowing my eyes, and the men who think they can own me. I understand, he says sincerely. I hate cruelty. My father was harsh. He believed power was shown through dominance. I can see the pain and bitterness in his eyes as he speaks of his father, and I find myself feeling a sense of kinship with him. Dinner arrives, roasted suru with crispy rosemary bourguignons, sautéed criottes in frise butter, and fiju puree. The aroma fills the air, making my stomach growl in anticipation despite my unease. We eat, exchanging polite conversation that feels like a thinly veiled dance around the true reason for my presence here. Despite his reputation, he seems different from the other men, more genuine and sincere. Jasmine, he starts, his voice barely above a whisper, as the servants leave us alone with the impending night. You should know I am not like the others. What happens between us? It will only be once if that is your wish. His words catch me off guard, and I look at him with surprise. Can I believe him? We eat in silence for a while. The only sound is our forks clinking against plates as we savour the rich flavours. Tell me about your family, he says, breaking the silence. Are they still alive? He spears a bite of meat on his fork and pops it into his mouth before raising his eyes to me, waiting for me to answer. His question catches me off guard, a sudden intrusion into thoughts I no longer allow myself to think. It makes my heart pound frantically against my ribcage, thinking of what became of them. My family. Images of faces I'm afraid time has erased flash behind my eyelids. Do they still exist outside the confines of my memory? I don't know if they're alive, I respond timidly. My voice cracks with deep sadness as it echoes through the empty hallways of memories. Saying it out loud feels like tearing open a wound long gone numb. Before the auction house, they were everything to me, laughter and warmth on cold nights, safety in uncertain times. But those days seem so far away now. Look at me, he commands, and I reluctantly meet his platinum gaze. There is something compelling about him, something that goes beyond the rebellious facade that others speak of. For a fleeting moment, I wonder if he knows what it means to lose everything. Because I might be able to help. He turns from me then as though the offer costs him more than I can comprehend. Help? I echo. Disbelief sharpens my voice. How could this dark elf, who seems so entrenched in a life of careless indulgence, offer me anything but false hope? Give me their information, he says, his back to me now, his voice firm. If they're still alive, I will find them. I promise you this. The chill seeps through my skin, but his words ignite a fire within me that wards off the cold. I look up at Karul. His platinum hair nearly glows in the dim light, a contrast to the dark shadows that play across his face. His scar, a jagged line on his neck, is a testament to his strength, to his survival. Thank you. I breathe out, and it's as if those two words carry the weight of the chains I've been bound by. My heart hammers against my ribs, hope blossoming in my chest. Thank you so much. Karul's gaze holds mine, intense and penetrating. Jasmine, he says, his voice a low thrum that vibrates through the air. Don't be awkward around me. You need to act as though you love me. He pauses, watching for my reaction. In return, I will search for your family. Can you do that? He waits for me to answer, watching as I silently mull over his offer. His proposition hangs between us, a lifeline thrown into tumultuous waters. The gravity of what he's offering and what he's asking sinks into me. His power over me is not lost on me. He could easily command me to do so and be done with it. Yet here he stands, making a deal instead of issuing an order. I've never been treated this way, and niceties are not exactly commodities women of my station often receive. Of course I can do that, I say. The words are laced with an overwhelming sense of gratitude that floods through me. My anxiety begins to fade, and the unexpectedness of his offer lingers over me. He might have really meant it when he claimed to be unlike the other men. None of them would offer to find my family. Karul nods, showing a flicker of approval in his eyes. Good. He steps closer, and I feel the heat radiating from his body. I nod, swallowing hard. The thought of seeing my family again after all these years fills me with fierce determination. I will do whatever it takes. For them. For my freedom. And maybe, just maybe, for this enigmatic dark elf who defies every expectation. Just promise me you'll try, he urges, his eyes searching mine for any trace of doubt. A shiver runs through me, not from fear, but from an unfamiliar kind of excitement. The platinum-haired dark elf before me holds the power to command armies, to break spirits with a single word. Yet he offers a choice, a partnership. I will do my best, I assure him earnestly, my eyes shining not just with gratitude, but with something else, something deeper. A spark of hope ignites within me, bright and hot against the cold backdrop of my enslaved existence. The honey cakes arrive for dessert as promised. They're sweet and sticky on our tongues. I can't help but smile as I take a bite, remembering simpler times. Thank you, I murmur once again between mouthfuls. We continue to talk, exchanging stories of our pasts over sweet treats. I realise that Karul is not what he seems at first glance. There's more depth to him than his cold exterior suggests. Yet danger still lurks beneath the surface like hot coals under snow. My heart races with every glance he gives me. His eyes are fireflies in the darkness of his soul.
Chapter 7. Karul. Was the food to your liking? I wonder as the dishes are cleared from the table. Jasmine merely nods, keeping her head down. She's been silent since I offered to find her family. I understand the situation I've brought her into, and though I purchased her for my own needs, I meant what I said. I'm not like the other men. I truly have no interest in owning a sex slave. Though I must admit there is a level of excitement running through me, knowing in just a few short moments I will be taking Jasmine into the bedroom. The blood rushes south, and I'm forced to discreetly adjust myself. I'm not a brute, and I don't intend to scare her. I call the servants to clear the table, and Jasmine looks up at me. The nervousness swirls in her movements. She's fidgety and keeps wringing her hands in her lap. "Let's go to bed," I say gently. "As you wish," she says, her words a timid whisper. I bring her into the bedroom by hand, my heart silently racing. She is filled with a palpable tension, one that I hope I can help ease away. "This is the only time we have to do this," I remind her. "I'm trying in earnest to be deserving of what is about to transpire between us." She nods, her chest visibly racked by nervous breaths. I step into Jasmine's space, slowly closing the distance between us. She inhales sharply as I bring my hand to her face. My fingers brush away a strand of hair that has fallen across her cheek. She closes her eyes and leans into my touch, seeming to crave more from me, whom she has only just met. The silence between us is heavy with anticipation. I trace my fingers along the line of her jaw, down her neck, and to the small of her back. Jasmine shivers involuntarily as I pull her closer. Our bodies press against each other with a building desire. "Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform."
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 8. Jasmine. The sunlight streams in from the tall glass windows lining the wall of the room. My eyes, still heavy with sleep, resist opening as my body tries to cling to the pull weighing me down. I roll over with a grumble, stretching my aching muscles, my naked body worn and sated from the night before. "By Biao," I whisper to myself, bringing my hand to my mouth as my cheeks warm with the memory of last night. I can't wrap my head around the tenderness Karul showed. The connection we had was unlike anything I've ever experienced. So much so that he couldn't help himself, spilling into me with a straining quickness that I could tell he was embarrassed about. I roll over to face the other side of the bed, only to find it empty. There is a note in the pillow written in an elegant scrawl. "There is a servant waiting outside for you. She is mute." I pause halfway through the note, turning to glance at the heavy wooden door. Mute? Why would the servant be mute? The rest of the note says that I can order the servants, and they'll respond without question. The personal servants are mute, so they won't be able to say anything. I return the note to the pillow and climb out of the oversized bed. When I pull open the door, there is indeed a servant waiting outside. "Hello," I say quietly. She may be mute, but I won't be rude. I, more than anyone, understand what it's like to serve. Though she's a dark elf, she keeps her eyes downcast. She gestures to the room, not daring to look at me. As I step back from the doorway, she walks into the room and heads straight to the bathroom and begins drawing a bath in the giant claw-foot tub. As I sink into the massive tub, the warmth of the water soothes my aching muscles. Every inch of me feels awakened, every sense sharpened. I've never felt more like a real woman than I do this morning, my body still warm with the lingering memories of the night we shared. My heart flutters in nervous excitement at the thought of seeing him again. Karul, with his platinum hair and the scars that map his body, a testament to his survival against a cruel fate. Last night, he was not the rebellious playboy I thought him to be, but something else entirely. Something real. I slide down, the water rising to my neck, and allow myself to bask in the heat of the water, getting lost in replaying the way Karul's hands touched every inch of my body. After a while, the thoughts become too intense to bear. I lift myself out of the tub, my movements fluid and graceful, barely recognizing the reflection that gazes back at me from the mirror. Blue eyes sparkle, no longer dull with resignation. They are alive with secrets now, secrets shared beneath the moon's approving gaze. Will he come to see me today? I ask the reflection, trying to quell the little twinge of hope fluttering within my chest. But as I make my way through the sprawling mansion, my excitement dims with each empty corridor, with each silent room. His absence is a cold whisper against my skin, raising goosebumps. He's not here. Not today. The realization settles heavily in my stomach, and I bite my lip to stifle the disappointment. Where is he? I wonder aloud, my words dissipating into the vastness of the chamber. The days drift by. One after another, they pass in a blur of sameness, each morning a repeat of the last. I find myself drawn to the window, watching as if my gaze alone could summon him. But like a shadow chased by light, he remains elusive, a figment of desire just beyond reach. Karul, I whisper to the dusk, the name a prayer, a plea. It's foolish to think he would appear simply because I wish it so. Yet I can't help but remember the promise etched in the lines of his body, the tender fierceness in his touch. Time stretches taut, the weight and eternity condensed into heartbeats, and still he doesn't come. The mansion looms large and empty around me, its opulence a gilded cage. I am caged once more, the fleeting taste of freedom now bitter on my tongue. Maybe he's forgotten me, I concede, the admission like a shard of ice in my veins. But no, that can't be true, not with the heat that still lingers in the hollow of my throat, not with the memory of his scarred neck pressed against my cheek. He can't have forgotten. So why then does he stay away? Is this punishment? I ask the silence, my brow furrowing in continued disappointment. Therein lies the question. I press a hand against the cool glass pane, longing for answers, or better yet, for him. But as night falls, the mansion whispers secrets I cannot comprehend, and I am left alone, haunted by the ghost of what might have been. I sit on the edge of the bed, my hands clasping and unclasping in my lap. The sensation of his touch lingers like a ghost on my skin, both desired and unwelcome. Stop it, I whisper to myself. My own voice sounds foreign in the silence, like the echo of another life. He was just a man. The first, yes, but just a man. My fingers trace the smooth expanse of my skin where his lips had been. The warmth gives way to the chill of the room. With every heartbeat, I feel the pull, the yearning to have him close again. Isn't it too abrupt? My voice cuts through the stillness, a plea for reason. This can't be love. There is no place for such things here. The words are a mantra, repeated to ward off the foolishness of a captive heart. I rise from the bed, pacing the small space, willing the movement to distract me from the ache inside. My bare feet tap against the cold floor, a staccato rhythm that fails to match the chaos of my thoughts. Freedom, I echo, the word a hollow dream. I glance at my reflection in the small, tarnished mirror on the wall. The girl staring back doesn't know what it means to belong to herself, much less to another. Even him, I say aloud, acknowledging the truth that coils tight around my heart. The reality of my existence is a cage, and love, whatever form it might take, is a danger I cannot entertain. I walk around exploring the mansion. After turning down yet another hall, I get the feeling this place is bigger than I realized. It is huge, and aside from a servant or two, I haven't seen anyone else here. What could one man need so much space for? I wonder. The expansiveness of the silence weighs on my sanity the most. I try to busy myself exploring, walking around this sprawling house to try to forget him. After a day or two of this same routine, I'm tired of the elaborate emptiness the mansion keeps showing me. I need to breathe fresh air into my lungs. It's been longer than I can remember since I've been outside purely for my own pleasure. I have spent countless hours wandering through the halls and rooms of this mansion, feeling like a ghost haunting my own life. With each turn, I have found another opulent chamber or expansive foyer adorned with priceless art and antiques, but they all begin to blur into one another, unable to distract me from the memories of Karul that cling to every surface. The scent of his skin, his spice-scented hair, his warm breath on my neck, they are everywhere I turn, and I am left wanting nothing more than to escape their hold on my heart. I pause before an intricately carved wooden door, my hands trembling as I reach out to grasp the handle. It creaks open soundlessly, revealing a hidden staircase leading downward into darkness. My heart races in anticipation as I descend the steps, unsure of what might await me at its bottom. The steps lead down into a courtyard covered in foliage. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with fresh air, as a calm rolls over me. I wander the grounds. The trailing and flowing flowers bring peace to my mind. As I wander further into the courtyard, my bare feet sink into the soft, dewy grass that tickles and chills against my soles. The night sky stretches out above me, glittering with a million stars that twinkle like diamonds on an endless black velvet cloak. The air is cool and crisp, carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle and lavender that teases my senses. A crescent moon hangs low in the sky, casting a soft glow over the landscape, illuminating the silhouette of towering trees and a sprawling lake just beyond. Intrigued, I make my way towards it, drawn by its mysterious allure. The water ripples softly as I approach, reflecting the flickering light of fireflies that dance around like playful children. The surface is calm, no monsters lurking beneath or dangerous currents to be found. Instead, there's a sense of peace that washes over me, urging me closer. I peel off my dress slowly, letting it pool at my feet before stepping into the refreshing water. It laps against my skin like gentle fingers, cool and inviting. The water washes over my body, filling me with a sense of weightlessness as I swim in this natural wonderland all alone. The moonbeams on the water create iridescent sparkles that catch my eye. As I prepare to submerge myself again, the water a cool caress around my body, I hear a twig snap loudly in the woods. "Who's there?" I call out, but there is no answer, only silence and the sound of my own heart thundering in my ears.
Chapter 9. Karul. The midnight air of my father's stronghold is thick with the scent of impending celebrations. The torches flicker like the very stars have descended to grace the occasion with their presence, casting dancing shadows on the ancient stone walls. What a ridiculous farce, I grunt. But the bitterness fades with the knowledge that it's too late. I've taken my future into my own hands. Servants bustle to and fro, cleaning every inch of the sprawling property, preparing for the boasting display my father plans to force upon me, his heir. I step aside as a timid human brushes past me, her eyes downcast, never meeting mine. My thoughts have been filled with reminders of Jasmine at every corner I turn, taunting me with the reality of what I've done and what I am expected to do. After the night I spent with Jasmine, I returned back to my clan, playing the role of the obedient, dutiful heir that I am expected to portray. I tried pushing away the thoughts of her body writhing under me, the way her bright blue eyes held mine as she accepted every term I lay before her. It is as if something inside me has snapped. Jasmine has awakened feelings within me that I thought I was far past incapable of conjuring. It never happened, I say to myself, repeating the ineffective mantra I've started to try and shake the hold she already has on me. But not even delusion can bury the feelings Jasmine awakened in me. I enter my father's meeting room, preparing to live out the last of my days of singlehood. I know exactly where I'll be heading tonight, hoping to soothe the effects of this incessant nightmare my father is determined to subject me to. "Karul," he says, looking up from his desk where he is sitting, looking over a stack of papers. "Father," I reply curtly, folding my hands behind my back like the respectful son he believes he's raised me to be. "2 more days, and you'll be bound in matrimony." My father's voice is as cold as the steel of his blade. A cruel smirk plays on his lips. "Tonight, I'll allow you to relish your last taste of freedom. I hope you use this opportunity well." I nod, the perfect son, ever obedient and dutiful. My mind, however, rebels against the shackles of tradition and expectation. The condescending and disapproving tone of his voice irks me, taking every bit of resolve I possess not to let the emotion display, keeping my expression painfully neutral. The outburst and refusal to do his bidding sits wedged in my throat, but I swallow it down in favor of getting out of here unreprimanded. As soon as I step outside the imprisoning confines of my father's presence, the memories flood back. The night we spent together. I pause to take a breath, shaken by the woman I purchased without a second thought past, saving me from my fate. "Jasmine," I whisper. Her name on my lips makes me long to relive the night we shared. Her eyes, fierce yet vulnerable, haunt me. Her touch is gentle, soothing to the scars I carry within. The way she looked at me, not as the dark elf heir, but as just me. I felt alive, unburdened for those fleeting hours. It was as though a part of me that had been deadened by years of suffering under my father's tyranny had suddenly awakened. "Is something troubling you?" A voice from the shadows pulls me back to the present. My father peers in the doorway as I walk toward the gaudy front entrance. "Nothing but pre-wedding jitters," I lie smoothly, striding ahead, heading out into the night. "Remember who you are," the voice warns, but I'm already too far gone, lost in the labyrinth of my own emotions. Frustration coils within me, a serpent ready to strike. Can I truly shut away what happened between us and proceed with this wedding of convenience? Convenience to further my father's empire. A complete inconvenience to the son he tries so desperately to control. I never thought of being married, but the pull my heart feels to return to Jasmine makes my thoughts wander down a road I'm not sure I can go down. Desperation lingers like a shadow at my heels, whispering of paths not taken, of desires unfulfilled. With every task completed, every item crossed off, the restlessness grows, a tide too powerful to hold back. The air is laced with the scent of pine and the whisper of secrets as I push open the door to my clandestine refuge. Moonlight spills across the marble floors, casting eerie shadows that dance with my own. My heart hammers against my ribcage, a relentless drumbeat urging me forward. "Jasmine?" I call into the silent halls, my voice seeming foreign in the stillness. Each room echoes back emptiness, mocking my rising panic. Could she have fled? The very thought has my nerves on ice. The panic within me rises to the surface. I stride through the mansion, my boots clicking sharply, a staccato rhythm to the turmoil brewing within. Through the grand windows, I catch a glimpse of silver on water. The lake. My pace quickens until I burst through the garden doors and find myself at its edge. There, beneath the tender glow of a crescent moon, she bathes, her skin alight with an ethereal radiance. The water ripples with her movements, a liquid symphony accompanying the sight that steals my breath. Jasmine. Her name is a prayer on my lips, a curse in my blood. I stand in the shadows, just watching her body move gracefully through the water, and she floats on her back. Her brown hair trails behind her, fanned among the ripples. My eyes are drawn to the full roundness of her chest. "Damn it!" I hiss under my breath, unable to tear my gaze from the contours of her body. I had convinced myself these primal urges were extinguished, repressed for so long that they simply ceased to exist. How wrong I was. That night, our night, it haunts me. a relentless specter clawing at my resolve. I can't tear my eyes away from the way the moonlight covers her skin aglow with the shimmers of water and moonlight. The memories flash, her gasps, the heat of our touch, the taste of her kiss. They wash over me like waves, leaving me drenched in longing and disbelief. What have I done? What am I doing? Focus. I scold myself, but it's useless. I'm lost in the tide of her beauty, spellbound by the magic that is uniquely hers. A twig snaps beneath my boot, a sound so trivial yet deafening in the quietude. I freeze, my heart thundering as if that minor betrayal could shatter the fragile peace between us. The surface of the water sends ripples dancing across her skin as she recoils at the sound, her eyes wide and alert. She's swathed only in moonlight, and my heart is a drumbeat too loud in the silence of the night. But then she turns, her eyes narrow, searching the darkness where I stand, a specter of desire and regret. "Who's there?" Her voice trembles, betraying vulnerability that slices through me sharper than any blade ever could. Her hands attempt and fail to cover the womanly curves of her body. Her delicate arms are no match for the enticing contours I still can't pull my gaze from. I let out a deep sigh, a mix of exasperation and surrender, as I step from the cloak of darkness into the open. The silver glow of the moon shines on me, alabaster hair reflecting its pallid sheen. My scar itches on my neck, a stark reminder of past battles and narrow escapes. For a moment, neither of us moves, captured within the still frame of uncertainty and raw emotion. "Karul," she breathes out my name like a talisman against the shadows. Her chest rises and falls, matching my own labored breathing, the chemistry between us creating a pull that only we can feel. "Jasmine," I reply, my voice softer than I intended. It's all I can do to keep the tremor from my words, to maintain the facade of composure when, in truth, I'm anything but composed. Her blue eyes, those sparkling sapphires that have lingered in my mind every waking moment and infiltrated my dreams, search mine for something I'm not sure I can give. But the chains of duty weigh heavily on my soul, pulling me back from the brink of recklessness. She stands cautiously, the water cascading off her in rivulets, a living sculpture of grace and strength. She's more than the sum of her captivity, more than an object to be auctioned to the highest bidder. She's fire and spirit, and I'm drawn to her like a moth to a flame, and the consequences be damned. In this dance of hesitation and yearning, she makes a decision that tilts the world on its axis. "Why don't you join me?" Her voice is barely above a whisper, but it roars in my ears, a tempest unleashed. My pulse quickens, desire within me. I stand there, watching the way the moonlight caresses her. Desire takes hold of me. "If you insist," I whisper into the warm night air as the want, the need, inside threatens to consume me.
Chapter 10. Jasmine. He comes to a halt at the very edge, his piercing gaze fixated on me with an undeniable intensity that sent shivers down my spine. It's as if he has the power to peer into my mind and see the deepest parts of my being. "Why do you hesitate?" I ask, worried he's going to change his mind and leave me here. My breath catches in my throat as his lips curl upwards ever so slightly, revealing glinting canines that glisten in the moonlight. The air seems charged with electricity as I watch him approach, heart racing and senses heightened. His presence is both alluring and unsettling, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. "Are you sure?" His deep voice rumbles, holding a note of caution. My heart pounds in my chest as I nod eagerly. I am sure. In a silent, almost calculated gesture, he unbuttons his pants and lets them slide down his muscular thighs. My widened eyes take in the impressive sight before me. A thick, veiny, dark, elven manhood that seems to almost glow in the dim light. Its girth is otherworldly, with deep, purplish veins pulsing along its length like rivers of desire. A rush of heat floods through my body as I struggle to maintain propriety and remember our contractual agreement. But the primal urge within me eclipses all rational thought, and I can feel myself giving in to the raw, carnal desires throbbing through my mind. Our prior agreements and notions of ownership are quickly forgotten as I am consumed by this seductive creature standing before me. A small smile, equal parts seductive and menacing. His piercing, intense gaze locks onto mine as he approaches. My mind reels as I imagine taking him into my mouth, sucking on him like a street urchin. But that is not who I am. I am a good girl, right? He glides closer, an apparition illuminated by the moon's ethereal glow. In waves, his hair, a shining platinum reminiscent of otherworldly beings, cascades down his back. His bulk playfully brushes past me, sending a shiver down my spine. Cold or not, I can't seem to stop myself from swimming into him, wanting more contact with this hunky beast of a dark elf. Our bodies move effortlessly through the water, each stroke bringing us closer together. Despite my attempts to resist, my eyes are drawn to him like a magnet, unable to tear themselves away from his enticing form. In the moonlight, his muscles glisten and ripple, giving off an ethereal glow that seems almost otherworldly. "Quite a strange spot for a bath," he finally comments, his voice slicing through the serene stillness of the night like a sharp knife. My heart races at the sound of his voice, sending shivers down my spine as we continue our moonlight rendezvous in the tranquil waters. I let out a casual shrug, trying to appear nonchalant. I find solace in this place. A deep chuckle rumbles through him, causing my skin to prickle with excitement and fear. "And why have you sought out a bath at such a late hour?" "I needed some time alone," I say. "Oh? Does something weigh on your mind?" "It's just, everything is happening so quickly," I confide, my body swimming in sync with his, "and I'm struggling to keep up." He swims closer, his voice softening. "I had assumed you were trying to escape." My heart skips a beat at the mention of escape, and I freeze in the water. Where would I even go? He regards me with a sympathetic expression. Anywhere but here, I suppose. The thought of leaving this tranquil cage fills me with both longing and dread. A shiver runs down my spine, escaping my lips in a soft gasp. "Are you cold?" he asks, noticing my reaction. No, I stammer, trying to hide my trembling lips. A playful, mischievous grin dances on his lips before he speaks. "I can offer you some warmth," he says, his words an offer of comfort and intimacy, and everything I want. My heart races at the thought of being so close to him, but it's forbidden. "What would you do to me?" I ask, my voice barely above a whisper as I move my arm away from my chest, allowing him a better view. His eyebrow raises in surprise, creating a crease in his forehead that adds to his already intimidating presence. A smirk slowly spreads across his lips, revealing a hint of danger and excitement. "What would I do to you?" he repeats, his voice dropping to a low, seductive murmur. My heart races as I imagine the possibilities. Oh, sweet, precious darling. I can think of so many delicious things. His eyes glint with desire as he seemingly recounts all the ways in which to torment me, each one more tantalizing than the last. The thought of succumbing to his desires sends shivers down my spine and ignites a fire within me. My teeth sink into my bottom lip, the nervousness twisting in my gut as I debate whether to follow him down this alluring path. His gaze holds mine with an intensity that makes my heart race and my skin tingle. As we stand alone in the hushed tranquility of the night, it's as if there are no barriers between us. The air crackles with unspoken tension, igniting a primal urge within me. Nothing can hold us back now from what we both desire. He closes the distance between us, his warm body pressed intimately against mine. Leaning down, he brings his lips to my ear and whispers seductively, "I could trace every inch of your skin with my kisses." A shiver runs down my spine as I feel his hot breath ghost over my neck, sending a rush of heat through my body. A flutter of nerves dances within my chest as his fingers glide down my arms, leaving a trail of electric tingles in their wake. His hand gently cups my face, guiding me closer to him with a tender touch. Our lips meet in a soft yet fiery kiss that ignites a spark deep within me. My body responds instinctively, pressing against him as our tongues intertwine in an intricate dance. The sensation is intoxicating, like being swept away in a whirlwind of emotion and desire. My arms instinctively wrap around his neck, pulling him closer as our bodies press tightly against each other. At this moment, nothing else exists but the warmth of his skin and the intoxicating scent that lingers between us. But just as quickly as I am lost in the passion, a wave of guilt washes over me, bringing me back to reality. This is wrong. We shouldn't be doing this. He's forbidden to me, like a beautifully ripe fruit that I know I can never taste without consequences. My heart races with conflicting desires, torn between the rush of pleasure and the weight of morality as much as my body begs for more. The realization alone makes it all the more sweeter, all the more tantalizing. This isn't right, I say firmly, trying to control the tremble in my voice. Yet I find my body moving closer to his. Why not? I'm supposed to hate you, I tell him. Oh, please do, I insist, he replies. His teasing words send a surge of electricity through my body as he wraps his strong arm around me. The heat emanating from his muscular frame is almost overwhelming, a primal desire that tempts and taunts me. The air around us crackles with an electric energy, and I can feel my skin tingling in response. As he leans in closer, the scent of his cologne fills my nostrils and sets my heart racing. Our lips meet in a fiery collision, my mouth eagerly parting to welcome his tongue inside. My body responds without hesitation, tilting my head to deepen the passionate kiss between us. So now I'm attracted to you, he teases, putting an arm around me. I can feel his muscles, his body radiating an intense heat, a raw desire that threatens to consume me. The surrounding air seems to sizzle, my skin prickling in response. As he leans in closer, I feel my lips tingle with anticipation. Without hesitation, I part them for him, tilting my head to the side to grant his tongue inside my mouth. The taste of mint and something sweet, like ripe berries, explodes on my tongue. Every nerve ending is on fire with pleasure. I am flooded with a burst of intense sensation. I can feel him smirk against my lips at my visceral response. But I don't care. I need more. His bulging need presses against me, his tongue invading my mouth. My body responds instinctively, pressing closer to him as our tongues continue their intricate dance. His hands roam over every inch of my body, eliciting a moan from deep within me. A sense of urgency overtakes us as we both know that this moment is fleeting. We shouldn't be doing this, but we can't seem to stop ourselves. Our bodies fit perfectly together, like two pieces of a puzzle meant to be joined, and I eagerly succumb. This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 11. Karul. I stare at my prize, my doll. I can do anything to her. So vulnerable. So delicate. A sweet and perfect little plaything. Delightful. The moon shimmers above, casting a dangerous glow over bare flesh. We float on the water's surface. Longing fills her gaze, her body trembling with anticipation. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 12. Jasmine. I awake slowly, stretching beneath the cool silk sheets. Sunlight streams in through the arched windows of Karul's lavish chambers. Oh gods! I breathe in disbelief. What have we done? Memories of last night flood my mind. Passionate kisses in the moonlit lake, clothes shed eagerly on the shore, the feeling of his body against mine in the water. My cheeks flush hotly. We broke the contract again with our frenzied passion in the lake. What will happen now? Anxiety churns within me. The bedroom door opens, and Karul strides in, carrying a breakfast tray, a cocky smile on his face. His eyes meet mine as he sets the coffee and food down. What's going to happen now? I ask hurriedly, clutching the sheets over my bare chest. The contract. Karul waves a dismissive hand. Why don't we change the contract, my dear? He prowls closer, desire and want in his gaze. We both want each other. Isn't it better to convince others we're besotted newlyweds? His words make a longing spike within me, but I bite my lip uncertainly. Sensing my hesitation, Karul sits on the bed, taking my hands. I'll alter the terms to include intimacy, but I won't force you. The choice will be yours. I search his eyes, feeling uneasy and wary of the danger to my vulnerable heart. But I cannot deny my body's demands. Seemingly satisfied by my unspoken assent, Karul pulls me close, kissing me deeply. Drawing back, he murmurs, I must return home tonight. We should spend today getting closer. His heated tone leaves no doubt as to his intentions. I shiver, with anticipation or foreboding, I cannot tell. This is to our advantage, he says with a roguish smile, his eyes raking over me. Why not continue? We both want each other desperately. Would it not be better to convince others we are insatiable newlyweds? He leans in close, his breath hot on my neck. We should screw each other's brains out. Is that not what passionate mates are supposed to do? I don't know. I'm not really like that. I lie. Already I feel changed. Already I crave him, wanting to feel his insatiable length once more stir my insides. Yet your body says otherwise, he says, leaning over the bed and pulling the soft satin blankets away from my nude body. We change the terms to include all the dirty, nasty, steamy sex we want. His coarse words make my heart race, even as I feel uncertain. I search his eyes, trying to discern his true motives. Does he simply wish to use my body for pleasure and appearance? Or could there be more simmering beneath the surface? The thought terrifies and thrills me. But I promise I will never force you, my dear. The decision to participate will be entirely yours. I blush deeply as he continues. He leans in, his breath hot on my ear. So what do you say? Do we have an accord? Do I even care if he only wants me for my body? I cannot deny how good it felt last night, his skilled hands and mouth worshipping every inch of me. My cheeks heat at the memory of the cries of ecstasy he drew from my lips. Perhaps I should stop overthinking this and just revel in the pleasures of the flesh he offers. Still, even as my body craves more, my heart hopes for an emotional connection I know may never come. I feel torn, unsure which path to take. Am I only setting myself up to be hurt? I try to steady my breathing as unease washes over me. I'm wary not just of the peril to my body but also my heart, I confess. He tilts his head curiously. How so? I look down, embarrassed. I fear growing too attached when this is just a contract to you. He lifts my chin, meeting my eyes solemnly. Do not be troubled, my dear. We need only enjoy the moment. My doubts linger, but he distracts me by caressing my cheek. Let us spend the day together before I depart tonight. Heart fluttering, I ask breathlessly, doing what exactly? His eyes glint with mischief. Well, we really must get to know each other better. His hand trails lower down my side. I shiver at his implication. Must we? I mean, that seems rather improper. I strive for nonchalance. He grins. Improper? My pet, we are bound in matrimony. There is nothing improper between mates. I blush deeply as his fingers dance along my thigh. Still, are you certain that is wise? I never claim to be wise, darling, merely insatiable for you. His lips graze my neck, his warm breath quickening my pulse. His boldness leaves me dizzy with longing. I know I should resist, but cannot form the words as his mouth claims mine. Karul retrieves the contract and makes the promised amendment, the ink still glistening as he pushes it toward me. Just sign here, my dear. I hesitate only a moment before scrawling my name. As soon as I set the quill down, Karul grasps me and crushes his mouth to mine in a blistering kiss. Before I can react, he breaks away and grasps my bosom firmly through the thin chemise. I gasp at his boldness. Exquisite, he murmurs, massaging me. I was a fool to deny myself this bounty for so long. I flush under his ardent gaze, unsure how to respond. He smiles devilishly. Do not be ashamed, my sweet. Your lovely body was made to be worshipped. To emphasize his point, he lifts the hem of my chemise, baring my chest fully before lowering his mouth to lavish them with his tongue. I cling to him, dizzy with sensation. My doubts fade away as he validates my femininity and my choice with each reverent caress. I know I have made the right decision. After several minutes of amorous attention, Karul finally releases me and strides to the door, calling for Thomas. I hastily tug my chemise back in place, cheeks flaming. Karul turns back with a roguish wink. Have the carriage prepared at once, he orders Thomas. I am taking my lovely wife out on the town today. Thomas bows and scurries off to fulfill the command. Karul walks back and grasps my hand, bestowing a grin that makes my knees weak. Come, my dear, let us be off. We have not a moment to waste. Still reeling from his passionate onslaught, I allow him to lead me downstairs, where the carriage awaits. As we set out on our excursion, tingles of excitement and apprehension mingle within me. I know not what the day will bring, but with Karul's strong hand clasping mine, I feel ready for any adventure. Sitting inside the plush velvet interior of the ornate carriage, I feel as though I have stepped into a fairy tale, a princess off on an adventure. I can scarcely recognise myself now dressed in finery at Karul's side. Karul entertains me with thrilling tales of his exploits as the carriage rumbles down the cobbled streets. The orc was over 7 feet tall with jagged yellow teeth bared in a snarl, he recounts, but my sword sliced through its gut, swift as lightning. Good heavens! I gasp. To battle one of those vile brutes alone! I shiver, having heard stories of the atrocities orcs commit. Karul nods gravely. A necessary evil to protect the innocent. I could not let the monster take captive women for its savage pleasures. I grimace admiring Karul's bravery against such fiends. He regales me with more tales of vanquishing orcs and ruffians. Under his watch, I know I am safe from all harm. He is my dashing hero come to life. The carriage rolls to a stop on a bustling avenue lined with ornate stone buildings. We have arrived in the Kalarel district, the upper echelon of society, Karul announces. I gape in awe as I take in the sights, glimmering dress shops with gowns finer than I could ever imagine. Aristocrats and nobles strolling the streets, the ladies elegant and coiffed, the gentlemen in embroidered waistcoats. Such wealth and refinement exceed even my wildest dreams. Karul helps me alight from the carriage and offers his arm. Come, I will give you the grand tour. As we walk, I feel rather plain and countrified compared to these polished socialites, but Karul keeps me close to his side in a proprietary manner. The ladies offer polite but jealous smiles, and the gentlemen respectfully nod as we pass. At my side, he looks every inch the imposing nobleman returned from valiant exploits. I marvel at my change in station, now rubbing elbows with the elite on the arm of my very own hero. What wondrous luck! As we stroll down the bustling elven avenue, chatting and laughing, Karul's hand occasionally wanders discreetly beneath my skirts to caress my backside. I flush each time at his roguish boldness, though I cannot help but thrill at his ardent attention. We pause outside a lavish stylist's shop, and Karul grins down at me. What sort of dashing husband would I be if I did not treat my lady to some pampering? Before I can protest, he ushers me inside the elegant parlour. I am treated to the most divine spa treatments, my hair arranged just so, my nails buffed to a shine, and subtle cosmetics enhancing my eyes and lips. Throughout the primping and polishing, Karul looks on approvingly, complimenting the stylists on their work. Exquisite, you have transformed her into a vision worthy of royalty. I blush under his praise, still hardly recognising myself in the mirror. With Karul, I truly feel worthy of such pampering and adoration. After leaving the salon, Karul continues parading me around the upper district, arm tucked possessively around my waist. I take in all the sights and sounds wide-eyed like a country bumpkin, marvelling at the extravagant window displays. Whenever I linger too long admiring a particular gown or bauble, Karul insists on purchasing it for me despite my flustered protests. Nonsense, I will not have my princess denied anything she desires, he proclaims, handing each boxed gift to his manservant trailing behind us. I flush under his lavish generosity. You spoil me so, I murmur, unused to such treatment. Karul flashes his roguish grin. I enjoy nothing more than spoiling you, my darling. Your innocent wonder is a balm to my calloused soul. I realise most ladies of his acquaintance must be jaded by such extravagance. But everything is new and fresh to me, a luxury long denied. Karul seems enchanted by my wide-eyed appreciation, in a way otherworldly ladies likely cannot match. As the sun begins sinking below the horizon, bathing the avenue in a golden glow, Karul draws me into an alleyway, pressing me gently against the wall. I have enjoyed our day together immensely, he murmurs, trailing a fingertip down my jaw. My heart flutters like a caged bird. As have I. It has been positively magical. He smiles tenderly. You are a dream come true, my dear. Then his mouth claims mine in a kiss that steals my breath away. I cling to him, wishing the moment would never end, that we could stay suspended in this twilight bliss. When we finally break for air, a small voice in my head whispers, "Is this real? Or is it just part of our contract?"
Chapter 13. Karul. Dearly beloved, booms the high priest's voice, commanding the attention of all those present. We gather today to unite these esteemed houses in prosperous matrimony. The grand cathedral looms over me as I stand at the altar. surrounded by opulent decorations with my family sigil and crest finest on every available surface. As my clan fills the pews, the glimmer of their finest silks and radiant jewels reflect the sunlight pouring in through the stained glass windows. By my side stands my bride-to-be, Farah, her icy features carved like marble, a vision of perfection, her pale skin, her gleaming white dress, and aloof and tired and disinterested eyes. She's positively frightening. The beautiful, twisted, stone-cold Farah. I almost feel for her. She's not but a casualty in my father's war. I reach for her hand and she pulls it away before I can grab it. Positively stellar. The fun I would have breaking her in. Perhaps in another life. My heart races with excitement. My entire being is consumed by the anticipation of seeing my dear, sweet Jasmine outside with Akura, ready to make her grand entrance at the pivotal moment. I carefully compose my expression, masking any hint of the overwhelming emotions coursing through me. In the vast vaulted hall, the ostentatious ceremony begins, and the haunting melody of the choir fills the air. It would be something if it weren't all a lie. Praiseworthy, perhaps. As the charade plays out before me, I can feel the weight of responsibility on my shoulders, the burden of shattering my house's lofty dreams and exposing their true nature weighs heavily. With tears of pride in his eyes, my completely unaware father stands before me, oblivious to the impending downfall that awaits him. Destiny has a knack for finding those who deceive others. I ignore the droning priest, imagining instead my radiant Jasmine's face. When she steps through those doors, revealing our secret, chaos erupting. I've been waiting for this moment for years and years, dreaming for this moment. My vengeance at last has been realized. I swallow an anticipatory smirk. Just a little longer now. For generations, the noble lineages of Clutaro and Vasigo have stood tall as pillars of our great elven society, their bloodlines intertwined with history, each bearing a rich legacy of strength and grace. Every word is enunciated with a weighty importance, echoing through the grand hall and filling the hearts of the guests with reverence. I tune out the grandiose words, vengeance the only thing on my mind. As they come together, their collective abilities will pave the way for a prosperous future, filled with wealth and abundance. The congregation murmurs in agreement, their eyes shining with admiration and hope. As this couple is bound before the gods, so shall their houses be bound in fortune and victory over darkness, declares the priest. Suppressing a scoff, I inwardly roll my eyes at his pompousness. He may think himself an important piece in our father's grand plan, but he is merely a pawn, unaware of the destruction that is about to be unleashed on this so-called sacred occasion. My gaze shifts towards Farah, who stands before me in all her regal splendor. She's perfect and broken and exquisite, a rare ornate bird, raised pure-blooded perhaps for this very moment. Her delicate features remain oh so impassive. Porcelain features remain stoic and uninterested, her dull eyes betraying her boredom with the entire affair. She makes not a single effort to muster even the appearance of happiness. As the priest drones on, she turns her attention to her perfectly manicured nails, examining them with indifference. I catch her eye, and she gives the subtlest of eye rolls as if to say, "Let's just get this over with." I think I may love her. But I can't help but wonder if there is someone else who holds her heart, or if she simply resents being forced into this arranged marriage as much as I do. Her gaze betrays nothing but apathy, perhaps even a hint of disdain. After all, this marriage is nothing but a business transaction, a means to expand her family's reach. The priest's words instruct us to seal our doomed union with a kiss. Just as I lean in, the doors violently burst open, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Right on time. Jasmine strides in, her beauty radiating like a beacon, and Akura stands by her side, a menacing glint in his eye. The congregation erupts into hushed whispers and murmurs, shocked by this unexpected interruption that threatens to tear everything apart. Jasmine's voice slices through the tense silence like a knife, her words ringing out with a clarity that commands attention. "Stop this at once!" she cries, her eyes blazing with determination. "This ceremony must not go on!" The priest stands frozen, his mouth agape in shock. My father rises from his seat, his face contorted in fury. "What is the meaning of this? Guards, seize that woman!" But Jasmine does not back down, her chin raised defiantly as she proclaims, "Karul cannot marry this woman, for he is already my lawfully wedded husband." Shocked gasps and outraged whispers fill the room, adding to the chaotic energy pulsing through the air. My father's already flushed face turns a deeper shade of red as he struggles to find words. Meanwhile, I can't help but smile adoringly at Jasmine, admiring her courage and strength in standing up for what is right. The tension in the room is palpable, like a tightly wound spring ready to release at any moment. "This is an outrage!" roars my father. "Guards, remove this human at once!" My father's face is a twisted mask of fury, his eyes blazing with unbridled rage as he stands at the center of the tumultuous scene. The air hums with the sound of swords being drawn, a chorus of steel unsheathed in response to my disobedience. A sense of triumph builds within me as I calmly descend from the altar and take Jasmine's hand in mine. Our fingers intertwine, sparking electricity between us that crackles and sizzles in the charged atmosphere. We stand together, defiant against my enraged family and the disapproving gaze of society, ready to face any consequences for our forbidden love. "It is true," I declare boldly, my voice ringing out clearly amidst the chaos. "Jasmine is not only my love, but also my lawful wife." As gasps and murmurs spread throughout the crowd, I can't help but relish in my father's reaction, knowing that it is a small price to pay for freedom. My Lord Father marches toward me, eyes blazing. "What have you done, boy?" I meet his gaze unflinchingly. "I am in love with another, and you will not dictate my love life." Turning, I press a kiss to Jasmine's hand. The priest gathers his wits. "Guards, seize them!" he commands. "This is a grave violation of our sacred laws." But Akura steps forward with incriminating documents. "It is you who have violated divine law by forcing this sham union." The guards falter, looking between Akura and the priest uncertainly. Chaos reigns. My father grabs my jacket furiously. "How dare you bring such shame upon our house?" I smirk and glance back at Jasmine. "Come now, father. Just look at her. Is she not utterly perfect?" With a roar, he draws back his fist to strike me, but before the blow can land, royal guards swarm into the cathedral. Father gapes while the guards apprehend him. I slide from his grasp, straightening my rumpled jacket. "Lord Akura has provided evidence you violated divine law. You shall face judgment for this sacrilege," I say as all the pieces fall into place. The guards round up my father and the complicit clan elders. They're frothing with rage, spewing denials. "Lies! It's all lies!" my father bellows as they shackle his wrists. "My son orchestrated this treachery!" The other elders join the chorus. "Do not be deceived. The boy conspired to shame us," but their desperate cries fall on deaf ears. The guards pay their claims no heed as they march the disgraced nobles away. My father catches my eye one last time, face purple with impotent fury. "You have not seen the last of me, boy," he snarls as he's dragged out. I simply smile and give a small wave. At long last, after years of suffering, my vengeance is complete. I have won. As the guard seize him, Elder Galen points a crooked finger at me. "The boy is a snake, a playboy prince." The elder's eyes burn with hatred. Given power, he will turn our noble lineage into a den of vile pleasures and moral decay. I merely arch an eyebrow in response as he continues spewing vitriol. "Mark my words. His lust for that human woman is but a preview of the debasement to come. Galen rants. He will lead our clan to ruin and depravity. The other elders nod and murmur in agreement as they are led away in shackles. I keep my expression neutral, letting his accusations roll off me. The bitter old fool knows nothing. I sought vengeance, not power. Let them believe what they will. Their reign has ended. Nothing can dampen the triumph singing through my veins as I take Jasmine's hand in mine. My once bright future, so cruelly scarred, blazes anew.
Chapter 14. Jasmine. We return to the grandiose mansion, our excitement palpable as we enter. Karul practically skips and twirls, his jubilant energy contagious. Glorious, absolutely marvellous, he crows, grinning from ear to ear. I can't help but smile at his childlike joy. Did you see the looks on their faces? Priceless. Suddenly, he grabs me and pulls me into an impromptu waltz around the elegant foyer. I cling to him, my body swaying in time with his, feeling giddy and dizzy with his infectious enthusiasm. The chandelier above us casts a warm glow, illuminating our movements like stars dancing in the night sky. "My dearest, you are sheer perfection," he exclaims with a hearty laugh. "The timing, the dramatic flair, we brought the entire house to its knees." I can feel my cheeks heat up at his effusive praise as he twirls me around the foyer in a graceful waltz. "I simply followed your and Akra's direction," I reply modestly. But he continues to spin me, his eyes glittering with delight. "Oh, but your performance was beyond spectacular. You shall be showered with jewels and adorned in the most exquisite gowns for this." His words fill me with a sense of pride and accomplishment, as if I have truly achieved something extraordinary. In this moment, I feel like the belle of the ball, cherished and admired by all. His infectious mood spreads like wildfire, igniting my own smile as I am swept up in his post-victory exuberance. Yet amidst the joy and excitement, shadows of doubt linger in my mind. Was it truly worth all this pain and humiliation we inflicted? I ask softly, unable to fully shake off the weight of our actions. Karul's triumphant expression falters, replaced by a more contemplative look. His piercing gaze searches my face, seeking understanding. "Absolutely," he declares passionately. "The looks on their faces were priceless, magnifique. And though you may harbour no love for my kind," he says solemnly, "know that my family brought only suffering despite their high standing." The corners of his mouth turn down with remorse for the briefest flash before he quickly regains his celebratory fervour. I think back on the frightened faces of the children at the ceremony, now left fatherless. Did his quest for vengeance justify their anguish? I know not what to feel. Sensing my conflict, Karul takes my hands earnestly. "I regret if innocents were harmed, but this was the only way to end my family's cruelty." I nod slowly. I may never fully understand, but I know Karul acted to stop greater harm. I only pray some good may come of all this chaos. As I move to excuse myself from the living room, Karul grasps Akra's shoulder excitedly. "My friend, we have done it, utterly annihilated them." He laughs gleefully. Akra grins and clasps his hand. "A masterstroke. You have razed their crooked empire to the ground." "All their wealth and influence obliterated," crows Karul. "Not even a minor title left to their disgraced name." He sweeps a hand through the air. "Imagine my father reduced to begging coppers on the streets." They share a victorious chuckle. I hesitate, unsure if I should listen further. Sensing my discomfort, Karul gestures for me to come over. "Do not worry, darling angel. Their misbegotten reign has ended for good." He grasps my hands, eyes alight. "You stand now on the right side of history, my sweet." Twirling me, he continues dramatically. "We have raged against the dying light of their corrupt rule. We have sounded the death knell of their fetid empire. With a grand gesture, Karul releases me and throws his arms wide. His voice rings out with passion. Let their ruin stand as a monument to our defiant passion. We have toppled idols and conquered convention in the name of love. As he clasps my cheeks in his hands, his fiery eyes shine with pride and adoration. Be proud, my darling. Ours is the glory of bold hearts who laugh in the face of fate and refuse to bow. With a playful smack to my rear, I squeak and feel my cheeks flush with both embarrassment and delight at his playful affection. Karul throws back his head and laughs, the sound echoing off the walls of our grand hall. Drinks! We need drinks to celebrate our victory. He taps his chin thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Ah, yes, that exquisite vintage I discovered last spring. It must be brought out for this occasion. With a snap of his fingers, he commands, Bring out all the finest casks and let us toast to our triumph all night long. I can't help but smile at Karul's exuberance. Just be careful, my love. You may regret your bravado after too much revelry. But Karul meets my caution with a devilish grin. Nonsense. Tonight I am invincible, a titan ruling over the world. His voice booms through the hall, filled with joy and triumph. Thus decided, we make our merry way to prepare the festivities, Karul already calling for the puzzled servants to fetch the wine, and ready the great hall for feasting and dancing till sunrise. Musicians! I must have musicians! Karul declares imperiously as we enter the great hall. Summon every minstrel and troubadour in the city. We shall sing till the rafters shake. He sweeps by in a whirlwind, directing the scrambling servants hanging silken banners and garlands of flowers. No, that decoration is all wrong, Karul exclaims, gesturing wildly with his hands. Take it down and replace it with something more festive. This is a new reign of prosperity. I trail after him, shaking my head in amusement at his fervour. He is like a man possessed by the spirit of celebration. We must have dancing, he proclaims with grandeur, pointing to the tables that need to be moved to make space. The room buzzes with excitement as people scurry to follow his orders, eagerly anticipating the festivities to come. The air is filled with a sense of joy and anticipation, like a spark ready to ignite the night into a dazzling display of merriment. Grasping my hands, his eyes shine with mischief and delight. My love, you shall have a ball like no other. He kisses me soundly before rushing off again, shouting at the servants to hurry with the refreshments. Soon the wine flows freely as more and more elaborately dressed guests arrive. In the centre of it all stands Karul, directing the chaos like a master conductor. Come, my friends, he declares tipsily, one arm around me and the other around Akra. Let us drink and dance away the corruption of old. Tomorrow we forge a new path. As the night wears on, the wine continues flowing freely. Karul is the life of the celebrations, laughing and dancing with utter abandon. But soon even he cannot withstand the effects of such revelry. His steps begin to falter as he leads yet another joyful jig. His words start slurring together incoherently. Akra and I exchange amused but concerned glances as Karul tries vainly to keep the festivities going. Come now, I think the time has come to retire, I say gently, taking Karul's arm to steady him. He attempts to wave me off. No, the night is still young. But even as he protests, he stumbles into me. Laughing, Akra moves to Karul's other side, and together we support his weight as he sags between us. Up to bed with you, my friend. Akra chuckles. You have celebrated quite heartily enough. Together we slowly manage to practically carry the now dishevelled and incoherent Karul up the stairs to his chambers. I shake my head wryly as we deposit him onto the bed. You, my friend, are in rare form tonight, Akra chuckles as he arranges Karul's limp form on the bed. Please see that no further guests see our lord in this state. Of course not, I laugh. As Aquara confidently strides towards the door, Karul's hands suddenly dart out and grab at my top, pulling it down with a force that exposes my bare chest. The shock and embarrassment flush my face crimson like a glass of spilled wine. "Sir," I squeak, my face burning red as wine. Aquara laughs, looking away and shutting the door as he calls, "Just keep him busy. You'll be all right." He eagerly nuzzles his face into my chest, his rough beard brushing against my skin. I allow him to explore and play with them for a while, enjoying the sensation. Despite the slightly humiliating sensation, I can't help but enjoy it. He continues to tease and nip at my skin, sending shivers of pleasure through me. Eventually, he lays his head in my lap with a look of pure satisfaction on his face, like a contented eye-pin after a hearty meal. As I finish undressing and wiping Karul's body clean, I can't help but whisper, "Why are you so happy and so set on revenge? What did they do to you?" I kiss him on the head and make to leave, but suddenly his hand darts out and grabs my wrist. I gasp in surprise, instinctively twisting to avoid falling on top of him. I end up rolling onto the bed beside him instead. Before I can react, he pins me down, his eyes searching mine intently. "Don't leave me, my love," he murmurs, his words slightly slurred from drink. "Stay with me tonight." My heart pounds as I gaze up at him. His eyes are glazed from the alcohol, but beneath I see a vulnerability, a need I've never witnessed before. Slowly, I nod. Karul visibly relaxes, a soft smile touching his lips. He releases me and pulls me close to him instead, burying his face in my hair. Within moments, his breathing evens out in sleep. I lay awake for some time, listening to the steady sound, more confused by this mercurial man than ever. Eventually, I drift off, lulled by his warmth.
Chapter 15. Karul. Sunlight pierces through the gap in the drapes like daggers in my skull. I wince, head throbbing as consciousness reluctantly returns. What the hell is this? I peel my eyes open and immediately have to squeeze them shut against the painful brightness. Ah, yes, the aftermath of last night's revelry. I groan. My mouth is dry as sand. How much wine did I consume in my victorious stupor? As awareness filters back, I become cognizant of a soft form pressed against my side. Her. I crack an eye open once more to see her still slumbering form. Panic slices through my hazy mind. What occurred last night after I stumbled drunkenly up here? I look down, relief washing over me as I see we both remain clothed. No, I did not take her in this state. Thank the gods for that small mercy. Still, finding her here seeds doubt. Doubt I sought to avoid by drowning myself in wine and spectacle. Yet, with my vengeance achieved, I find myself adrift. Listless, even. I should feel jubilant, but I'm left empty, directionless. The drink-fueled bravado of the darkness past deserts me in the harsh light of day, leaving only uncertainty and a pounding head, and unable to bear the spinning thoughts. With utmost caution, I slip out of bed, making sure not to wake her. This growing attachment unsettles me. I need time alone to regain my bearings and subdue these troublesome emotions. All I know is we need to decide our path forward since we have fulfilled our contract. I slide hastily from the bed, putting much-needed distance between us. Her nearness scorches, yet I cannot pull away. Fully, at least. Agitated, I pace the room, the sound of my footsteps echoing off the walls. Curse this lingering allure. Have I not taken sufficient pleasure from her flesh? My restless steps carry me to the balcony, where I grip the balustrade, glaring out at the cheerful dawn as if it mocks my inner turmoil. The throbbing in my head builds to a crescendo, until my stomach violently rebels against last night's gross overindulgence. Doubling over, I retch helplessly over the edge, the remnants of the grand feast making a second unwelcome appearance. Below in the garden, a gardener looks up at the unseemly commotion. Catching sight of my utter humiliation, he hastily stifles a laugh behind his hand. I straighten up, wiping my mouth angrily with the back of my hand. Fixing the impertinent servant with a baleful glare, I yell down, "You find your lord's distress amusing, sir?" Fear flashes in the gardener's eyes as he anxiously lowers his head. "1,000 apologies, my lord," he mumbles before beating a hasty retreat out of sight before I can recall his name or face. The conquering prince, laid low by his own reckless hedonism for all to see. How far I have fallen from the soaring heights of my vengeance last night. This wretched vulnerability is intolerable. I slump down against the balustrade, all the fight gone out of me. Now that my all-consuming purpose is extinguished, the thrill of triumph has curdled into despair. Who am I without the flames of revenge that drove me for so long? A hollow husk adrift on the bitter ashes of the past. With a growl of frustration, I turn back, crossing to the bed where she still slumbers. So serene, so perfect. I'm captivated against my will. Clenching my fists, I force myself to turn away. I must resist these unwelcome stirrings. Our contract no longer binds us to intimacy. "Keep your distance, witch," I mutter under my breath as I stalk to the door. "Foul temptress!" But glancing back, my traitorous heart twinges to leave her. Shaking my head angrily, I quit the room before foolish emotion sways me. Some time alone will cure me of this temporary madness. It must. I cannot afford such vulnerability, not when my purpose now lies in shattered ruins around me. I storm through my estate, finding fault with all I encounter. Nothing is right. The servants scurry about anxiously, struggling to satisfy my whims. I overturn trays of food deemed not to my liking, demand entirely new garments on a whim, and reroute my chambers for optimal sunlight. "This wine is far too sweet. Take it away at once," I snap at the poor wine steward, and have my study painted a darker shade of green. The staff exchange worried looks, but dare not disobey their tempestuous lord. In the library, I fly into a rage over mid-shelved books that have sat in place for years. "Must fools and incompetents surround me?" I shout to no one, hurling the offending tomes to the floor. It's no wonder I have no direction, have no purpose. The foundation is all wrong. I critique minor flaws in the food that send the cooks into a frenzy over some imaginary taste I demand to be replicated. My restless malaise drives me to lash out, but I know if I look hard enough I can find it. Find what I need to fix to get out of this hole I have found myself in, yet no amount of arbitrary condemnation can fill the aching void within me. I am adrift, bearing down on my beleaguered household to silence the uncertainty and longing plaguing my weary soul. I pick at my bland breakfast, wishing I could avoid facing Jasmine this morning after my dramatic exit earlier. But keeping up appearances as mates necessitates some pretense of normalcy. As I hear her enter, I quickly compose my face into an expression of nonchalance. "Ah, good morning, my dear," I say with obviously forced casualness. She bids me a timid good morning and takes her seat, and an awkward tension hangs over us. She smiles at me, content. How could she be? After everything? What game is she playing? We eat in silence. Then she had the audacity to ask me how my morning was. I pushed the food around on my plate on a merry dance. "Well, this is quite dreary. We simply must plan some diverting entertainment, or I shall go mad from tedium." Jasmine looks taken aback by my sudden shift in mood. Of course. Did you have something in mind?" I wave a hand flippantly. "Oh, I'm sure I can contrive some amusement to pass the time now that the main event has concluded." I force a nonchalant laugh. Can't have life getting dull, can we? "Already? After all the festivities?" she says sleepily. Inside, I cringe at my performance. I hate her. I hate being attached to her. But most of all, I hate myself. Silence. I stare at her. She stares back. I swallow a barrage of sharp words, instead speaking through gritted teeth. Come now. A change of scenery will do us good. Composing my features into a facsimile of a smile costs great effort. But maintaining appearances remains imperative, however vexing. I did promise to help find your family, I continue in a measured tone. Let's travel to your childhood town and see what clues we may happen to uncover or what have us. Really, I will prepare right away, Jasmine exclaims joyfully at the prospect of the journey. Despite myself, her unrestrained happiness makes my heart swell with warmth. The witch. I quickly force down the unwelcome feeling, turning away. We shall depart as soon as arrangements are made. Suddenly, she throws her arms around me in an impulsive hug. You're the greatest, sir! Before I can react, she plants an enthusiastic kiss on my cheek. I disentangle myself, clearing my throat. All right. Let's act like we belong, shall we? I say, waving my hand in a pretense of nonchalance to cover my flustered reaction. Composing myself, I offer a thin smile. Yes, I'm a man of my word. Let's be off as soon, shall we? She flushes, catching herself. But of course, forgive my outburst. I'm just so grateful for this chance. For everything, really. As she beams, I nod, trying to conceal the whirlwind of emotions that her presence has stirred up. I'm simply fulfilling a promise, that is all. Nothing more. Observing her unrestrained delight in the hope of locating her loved ones evokes an uncomfortable sensation in my gut. Before I can examine them too closely, I turn away. An hour later, when the carriage arrives, she's once more delirious, in a fit of happiness. Oh, thank you again for this, my lord, she exclaims, clasping her hands as the footman opens the carriage door. I can scarcely believe we are truly embarking on this journey. Yes, contain your enthusiasm, I remark sarcastically, making a flippant gesture. Anyone would think we were embarking on some fantastical quest rather than a mundane genealogical survey. Her smile falters slightly at my acerbic tone. I wave a hand dismissively, keeping my manner aloof. It's of no matter. I simply aim to temper expectations. Of course, sir, she replies politely, settling into her seat, gazing around in wonder at the wealth demonstrated, no doubt. I scowl inwardly, perversely wishing to extinguish that radiant smile from her face. Anything to better match my sour mood. What foolish sentimentality to envy her simple joy. I turn away before she can glimpse my dark countenance. Shall we be off, then? I call briskly to the coachman, eager to depart. As the vehicle lurches into motion, she suddenly wraps her arms around mine and rests her head on my shoulder affectionately. I stiffen in surprise at her familiarity, but I suppress my instinct to pull away, not wanting to draw attention to my inner turmoil. Keeping my eyes fixed ahead, I try to ignore her nearness and the conflicting emotions stirred up. My focus should remain on the task at hand, and I should not be distracted by troublesome feelings I do not understand. There will be time enough to unravel their meaning when we are well away from here, and our roles permit some distance, for now I must play the doting mate. However, vexing her touch proves to my battered heart.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 16. Jasmine. As we pass through villages and countryside, I gaze out the carriage window, captivated by my first glimpses of the world outside my gilded cage, for as long as I can remember. My spirits sink, however, as I take in the poverty, degradation, and suffering of the humans under Dark Elf rule. Was it always this bad? These poor souls, I murmur sadly to Karul. Their lives seem so wretched and bleak. He glances out with a detached air. Pay them no mind. Their fates are of their own making. I shake my head. Surely there is more we could do to aid them. Naive child, he scoffs. Your looks spared you such a life, so why waste pity on those who will never elevate to your station? I fall silent, stung by his callous words. But they remind me how easily I could have shared the same fate, one of the ragged souls who stare after our passing carriage with hollow, hopeless eyes. As we leave the poverty-stricken villages behind, I feel relief, but also sadness at the plight of those people. I try to distract myself from gloomy thoughts by chattering about my hazy childhood memories. I think I recall our house having a red door, I muse, and there was an enormous oak tree in the yard that my brother and I used to climb. Karul just gives a non-committal without looking at me. Oh, and my mother's baru, I continue, undaunted. I hope I can taste it again someday. It was my favourite. I glance at him hopefully, but his eyes remain fixed on the passing scenery. I wish I could remember more. I sigh. Everything seems to blend and fade. My voice trails off. As I continue to ramble, his jaw ticks in subtle annoyance, though his gaze remains fixed straight ahead. When I finally come up for air, he drawls lazily, "How utterly fascinating, my dear. You must regale me with every mundane detail of your bucolic upbringing next." He punctuates this by draining his wineglass in one long swallow. I flush, chastened. Forgive me, I did not mean to prattle on so. No matter, I'm sure you must be quiet, nervous about this trip down memory lane. His tone hovers between condescension and forced politeness. I clasp my hands in my lap. I appreciate your indulgence, my lord. He gives a careless shrug. Yes, well, I live to serve. He meets my eyes then, his own glinting with subtle mockery. Tell me about your own childhood, I say, leaning towards him. His expression shutters. He looks away. There is nothing worth telling. Oh, come now, I cajole. Surely you have some fond memories to share. When he remains silent, I reach over and touch his arm. I wish to know you better, my lord. Do not presume to share such familiarities, he snaps. You overstep. Forgive me, I did not mean to offend. He folds his arms and stares broodingly out the window. When I open my mouth, thinking of breaking the tense silence, he silences me with a sharp look. After several tense moments, he lets out an exaggerated sigh. Come now, don't look so glum, he says lightly. It is not your fault you have the energy of an over-eager ipinit. I blink, taken aback by this sudden teasing. He gives me a wry half-smile. All this prattling is simply in your nature, I suppose. I shall have to endure it with saintly patience. Despite the mocking words, his tone softens into grudging amusement. Unsure how to respond at first, I tentatively return his smile. I confess I do tend to enthuse. I will try to restrain my ipinit-like qualities. Karul snorts, shaking his head. My dear, I would not dream of denying your youthful excitement. Merely pace yourself, lest you wear out this old man's ears. His gentle ribbing seems to break the tension. We pass the rest of the journey in a more companionable silence. There are still walls between us, but perhaps doors as well, waiting to be opened. I cling to that fragile hope. After a period of comfortable silence, he clears his throat. We will be stopping for the night shortly, he informs me. There is an inn just up ahead that will suffice for our accommodation. The carriage rolls towards a tree-lined lane towards a sizable roadside establishment. Made of weathered stone and timbers, The building exudes a warm ambiance with its softly lit windows. It looks quite homely and welcoming, I remark brightly, relieved at the prospect of a comfortable bed after the long day of travel. Karul gives a non-committal grunt, his eyes scanning the surroundings critically as we pull into the courtyard. I suppose it is adequate enough, he allows as a stable hand comes to take the horses. At least the standards of cleanliness appear passable. The inn looks perfectly charming, with its quaint architecture and inviting atmosphere. I'm aware that Karul probably views these rustic trappings as beneath him, given his elevated standards. But to me, after years sequestered away, even simple comforts feel like luxuries. "Welcome to the Silver Orchid," a hurried serving girl says with a dimpled smile, dropping us a curtsy before sending for our bags. "Please follow me, and I'll show you inside." She leads us inside the cosy inn, warm light from a great stone hearth illuminating wood-beamed walls lined with paintings of pastoral landscapes. "You must be famished, and from where are you travelling?" "That is to be none of your concern, wench," he says briskly and annoyed. "But it will in fact serve us well to remain unknown." And with that, he tucks a gold coin into her hand, a warm smile blooming across her face. "Of course, my lord." He tosses another coin her way. "And we will certainly have none of that lord talk." "None at all, sir." Despite the late hour, the common room buzzes with patrons smoking pipes and playing cards around tables. Smelling meat pies makes my mouth water. I take in all the rustic details with fascination as we ascend a creaking staircase behind the still nattering serving girl. She opens a sturdy oak door to reveal a comfortably appointed room, holding a canopy bed piled with quilts, a washstand, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. "Will this suit your needs?" the girl asks hopefully as she lights the bedside lamps. Karul scans the humble room with a critical eye, taking in the simple furnishings, worn rug, and creaky floorboards. "It is quaint," Karul remarks, glancing around with a critical eye. Turning to the girl with a thin smile, he adds, "But I suppose beggars can't be choosers." The girl's smile falters slightly. "Very well then. Send for fresh linens, of course. I will not be sleeping in those sheep's rags draped over the bed," Karul continues dismissively. The serving girl's face flushes in embarrassment. "Of course, sir. Right away," she stammers, clearly taken aback by his haughty rudeness. "And stoke up the fire, I'd rather not freeze to death." "Yes, sir. My apologies," the mortified girl murmurs, bobbing a hasty curtsy before rushing off. I give Karul a reproachful look once she has gone. Was that necessary? She's only doing her job. He just sniffs disdainfully. I simply refuse to lower my standards, no matter how rustic the accommodations are. At dinner in the cramped common room, Karul eyes the hearty baru and bread placed before us with disdain. "Is this meant to be edible?" he remarks, poking at a piece of meat distastefully. "I've had prison food with more appeal." He proceeds to complain about the lack of variety, the poor seasoning, and the texture of the meat, finding fault with every detail as I shrink down in embarrassment. The innkeeper's face grows stormier by the minute. "Baths as well," Karul declares imperiously after picking at his food. "Draw two at once. I refuse to soak in already used water. And mind, they are piping hot." The innkeeper stalks off, grumbling under his breath. I wonder sadly if Karul finds me as distasteful as he seems to find everything here. Perhaps I no longer hold his interest, and that is why he insists upon separate bathing quarters. But I remind myself our relationship is one of pretense and convenience. I cannot expect genuine affection. As the gulf between us widens, I must accept that whatever we once had is likely gone for good. The baths are but a symptom of that hard truth. Before bed, when I disrobe in front of him, he seems to no longer even enjoy the sight of my body, a thing he seemed to very much enjoy possessing only hours before. "Is there something wrong, my lord?" "I told you never to call me that here." I know something is really bothering you. Please talk to me. I want to help. There is nothing to talk about. Go to sleep. He ruefully peels open the covers, and I slip beside him in the nude. I try to curl against him, but he refuses me even simple comfort. I toss and turn for hours before I jolt awake to the sound of him crying out. He thrashes around violently, trapped in the throes of a nightmare. I grab his shoulder and shake him. Karul, wake up! His eyes fly open, but they look right through me, glazed over with terror. Beads of sweat drip down his temples. I call his name again and again until finally he seems to register my presence. What's wrong? I ask gently. He recoils from my touch, his lips curling in a snarl. It's none of your business. He spits at me before storming out of the room. Sitting there in stunned silence, I feel as though I have been struck. The harshness in his voice and eyes feels like a physical blow. For a moment, I had allowed myself to believe we were growing close, that he was opening up to me. But his biting words are a harsh reminder that I am still nothing but a slave to him. No matter how kind he can be, no matter the passion we've shared, there is an impenetrable wall around his heart that I cannot breach. Tears burn my eyes as I curl up alone, realizing that I foolishly let myself fall for someone who will never love me back.
Chapter 17. Karul. Not much longer now, sir, the driver announces. I glower out the carriage window as we bump along the road, studiously avoiding looking at the one seated across from me. Ever since my damn nightmare at the inn, I've been unable to face her. Bad enough that I made a fool of myself waking up screaming and sweating. But did I really have to snap at her like that when she tried to comfort me? Am I really so insufferable? I know we must be getting close to her hometown based on the descriptions she shared during our journey here. Her eyes lit up as she spoke of the babbling creek and old willow tree marking the village outskirts. But as I take in the increasingly grim landscape outside, charred stumps beginning to replace the verdant forest, a sense of foreboding curdles in my gut. Jasmine seems to share my fear, her shoulders tense as she leans closer to the glass. "No, it can't be," she murmurs, panic creeping into her voice as the carriage trundles over the crest of a hill. She gasps, hand flying to her mouth at the sight laid out before us. My heart drops into my boots. When the carriage pulls into what used to be Jasmine's hometown, I'm struck speechless by the sight before me. Where a cheerful village should sit nestled in the valley, there is only a wasteland of ash and cinders. Skeletal building frames rear up out of the destruction like the bones of some ancient beast. Jasmine lets out a low, keen, grief-stricken sound slicing to my core. Smoldering timber frames and piles of ash are all that remain of the simple, thatch-roofed cottages. The land looks almost unrecognizable compared to the bubbly descriptions Jasmine shared with me on the journey here. "No, no, no," Jasmine mumbles, staring out the window. "It can't be." I follow her gaze and spot the first signs of destruction. A crumbling chimney and scorched frames of buildings. My stomach sinks. She shakes her head in denial. "This can't be right. This can't be my home." The carriage pulls into the center of town, if you can even call this blasted wasteland that anymore. Jasmine releases a pained cry at the sight. "No! It's all gone," she whispers, hand flying to her mouth. Tears spill down her cheeks. As she turns to me wounded, I don't know what to say, as this poor, sweet, delicate thing looks to me for guidance and comfort and answers. Yet there are no answers I can give her. And so I simply stand witness, letting her tears wet my tunic as she clings to me. I smooth back her hair, offering the only comfort left to give, my presence. Jasmine collapses against my chest, choking out great heaving sobs that rack her slender frame. There, my dear," I say, awkwardly patting her head as one might an anxious pet. "No need for all this hopeless blubbering." Perhaps a bit too callous? I try again in a gentler tone and lift her chin, looking into her tear-filled eyes. I'm so sorry that was thoughtless of me, I say sincerely. Of course, you have every right to grieve. This draws a hiccuping sob from Jasmine, and she buries her face in my chest again. Blast it all. I'm just making matters worse. So long living under father's rule, it's hard to feel for yet another razed village. I stroke her hair and back, trying a different tack. Okay, we've got this all right, I say in a soft, steady voice. I curse myself for being so jaded. All we need is a plan of action. Anything in the world can be solved by a solid plan of action. At this, Jasmine pulls back to look up at me, her lower lip still quivering. Let's go to the nearest garrison and see if we can learn anything about what happened here. Jasmine grasps my hand, hope flickering across her face. You would do that for me? Of course, I reply without hesitation. I said I would help you get to the bottom of this, and I meant it. We'll go to the garrison and ask questions. Maybe someone there knows something about survivors. Oh, thank you, Jasmine cries, throwing her arms around me. I just know we'll find them. I can feel it. As I look down at Jasmine's tear-stained face, her eyes still holding a faint glimmer of hope, despite enduring this horrific loss, I feel another unwelcome pang of warmth blossom in my chest. Damn it all, I'm growing soft. Vengeance now behind me, I have greatly softened, and here I am pandering to this sweet, delicate creature. I mentally curse myself as I feel my heart constrict seeing her sorrow. I shouldn't be allowing myself to feel this way. Caring only leads to agony in the end. I learned that lesson the hardest way possible. But despite my misgivings, I can't seem to steel myself against her. Try as I might to fortify my defenses, she has slipped past them again and again, leaving me exposed. She deserves someone better than a broken, vengeance-driven bastard like me. I don't deserve the light she brings into my darkened soul. But spirits help me. I can't stop myself from falling all the same. My blackened heart beats only for you, my darling girl. Hand in hand, we slowly make our way back to the carriage. I help her inside, her steps heavy with grief and disbelief. As the carriage rumbles down the pitted road away from the destroyed village, she stares numbly out the window. Seeing the devastation fading in the distance seems to make it fully sink in. Her home is gone. I reach across the space between us and take her delicate hand in mine, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She turns her head to look at me, eyes glistening. We'll get answers, I promise her. I know it's hard to have hope right now, but we will find out what happened. Jasmine nods, clinging to my hand like it's her lifeline. We travel in silence for some time before coming upon the nearest dark elf garrison, an imposing stone structure flanked by banners bearing the royal crest. I help her down from the carriage and keep an arm around her shoulders as we walk inside. The guards eye us suspiciously, until I inform them we are here seeking information about a human village that was destroyed. One disappears to fetch the captain, while the other leads us to an empty chamber to wait. I'm Captain Theron. I'm told you're inquiring about that human village that was destroyed? I explain it was Jasmine's hometown, and we are searching for clues about what happened, and if there were any survivors. The captain nods. Ah, yes. A great pity what happened there. A marauding band of orcs from the Shadowglade forest saw it ripe for picking. Jasmine gasps softly. I squeeze her hand in support. It was utter devastation, the captain continues. Those beasts left nothing standing. They slaughtered every villager they could find. Sadly, none survived their onslaught. I feel Jasmine sway slightly, the meager hope she was clinging to vanishing. I steady her with a gentle touch on her waist. You are certain there were no survivors at all? I press. The captain shakes his head. None. We arrived too late. The orcs had already vanished back into the woods, leaving only death behind them. Jasmine emits a low, wounded cry, hiding her face in my shoulder. My heart aches for her. The clan. We don't even know their names, but an ancient order, more vicious and vile. I hold up a hand to stop the captain from elaborating further on the orc's atrocities. That's enough. Please, she cannot bear any more. But it's too late. Everything hits her at once. She lets out a faint cry and goes limp in my arms. I scoop her up before she hits the stone floor. The captain leads us to an empty room where Jasmine can recover from her fainting spell. I delicately move her hair away from her pale face. A healer arrives shortly after to examine her. Following a thorough examination, the healer confirms that Jasmine merely fainted as a result of the tremendous shock and grief from the devastating loss of her entire family and hometown. Her spirit is deeply wounded, the healer says with a tone of sorrow. Such trauma would devastate anyone. I nod, gazing down at Jasmine's fragile form. Why must she suffer so? She looks impossibly small and delicate lying there. I despise feeling this helpless. I wish I could shield her from this agony. The healer excuses himself, recommending rest and care. I pull a chair to her bedside, keeping vigil as she sleeps. Occasionally, a whimper or tear escapes her unconscious state. My heart aches to see her in such distress, but I shall remain steadfast by her side until she wakes. When she finally stirs sometime later, I take her hand gently in mine. Jasmine, can you hear me? I ask softly. Her eyes blink open, still clouded with pain. Karul, she croaks. Is it really all gone? I nod sadly, giving her hand a comforting squeeze. I'm afraid so, my dear. Overwhelmed with emotion, a fresh sob breaks free from her throat. I smooth her hair back from her tear-stained face. Everyone is gone, she whispers hoarsely. My family, my friends, I'm all alone now. I feel her small body tremble with renewed grief. Without conscious thought, I embrace her more tightly, as if I can hold her fragile pieces together. I know, I murmur, my voice thick with emotion. Hope is the cruelest thing sometimes.
Chapter 18. Jasmine. I'm so sorry, precious one. Karul's arms wrap tightly around my body, holding me to him as if he intends to squeeze the grief from my bones. I bury my face in his chest, inhaling his scent, masculine and clean. Being here against him sends waves of desire rippling down my body. A chill follows, and he responds by crawling into bed with me and pulling me tighter against him. His strong palms rub down my arms, the friction creating a warmth that builds with every pass of his hands against my skin. I need to feel warmth, the kind that I know Karul can give me. It's truthfully the only way I know how to get it. I turn my face up toward his. The anguish in his eyes is not unlike my own. I get the sense that I am not the only one who will benefit from the comfort of another's arms. Jasmine, he whispers, taking me in with a hesitancy that stiffens his body. I take the initiative and press my lips to his, giving a kiss as much as I am taking it. With a groan he gives into it, rolling on top of me, framing my face with his hands, and taking control. My lips part as a hungry gasp escapes me. His tongue meets mine, desperate and seeking, exploring every crevice of my mouth as his hands run through my hair. As my hips lift, pressing against his body, the heat that radiates from him seeps into my core, making me shiver, and I melt further into him. The mattress sinks under our weight as we struggle to get closer together. My fingers dig into his skin, marking his shoulders as he groans into the kiss, lost in the moment with me.
This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Chapter 19. Karul. The morning is gray as we make our way to the site, the rain pattering softly around us. Jasmine walks ahead, shoulders hunched against the chill. In her hands she clutches a small bundle, a comb, a doll, fragments of the lives destroyed. "Here, my sweet, wear this," I insist, wrapping my cloak around her shivering frame. We reach the charred remnants of her family's home. The smell of smoke still faintly hangs in the air, even days later. She kneels and begins digging into the wet earth with her bare hands. I move to help, but she shakes her head, tears mixing with the raindrops on her cheeks. This is for her alone. I stand back in respectful silence as she works, excavating a shallow grave and lining it with stones. Her breaths come in ragged gasps, but she does not stop, driven by grief and the need for closure. Finally, she gently places the bundle in the grave. She bows her head and whispers words I cannot understand. Prayers, perhaps. Goodbyes left unsaid. When she finishes, we fill the grave together, the mud slick and cold on our fingers. She marks the site with a wooden post. Then she collapses against me, sobs racking her slight frame. The insipid rain soaks her jacket, and I instinctively pull her into a protective embrace. When the worst of the storm has passed, it's hard to tell where the rain ends and her tears begin. She lifts her head, eyes holding sadness but also gratitude. She sifts through the sodden ashes and charred debris, searching for any small memento she can salvage. I stand nearby, keeping a respectful distance but ready to assist if needed. Her face lights up as she unearths a small wooden box, singed around the edges but still intact. She traces her fingers over the intricate symbols carved into the lid, a faraway look in her eyes. "My father's seed box," she explains, opening it carefully to reveal neatly organized packets of seeds inside. "He loved his little farm plot, and every week he would get so excited to show us the new seeds he had collected that week at the market. Other fathers would spend their week's pay at the saloon, but not our father. He was too good." Jasmine handles the box gently, as if it were a precious treasure. I can see it offers her some comfort, a tangible piece of the past she can hold on to. The box is made from an old cigar box, and age and use seem to have smoothed its edges, an ordinary item transformed into something deeply meaningful. Sometimes I envy the humans, wishing my life had meaning beyond my petty dreams of vengeance. She selects a single seed and kneels by the grave. With delicate care, she digs a small hole and places the seed inside. As she covers it with dirt, tears shine in her eyes. A tree will grow strong where our home once stood, life from death, hope from despair. Jasmine looks up at me then, managing a tremulous smile. "Thank you for staying. I know our ways must seem strange." I shake my head. "Not so strange at all. We honor those we've lost too in our own way." "This is for you, Papa," she whispers. "For Mama and little Amara." I stand quietly nearby as she speaks, not wanting to intrude on her private grief. "I miss you all so much. My heart feels like it's been torn out." Her voice catches on a sob. "But I will keep living. For you. And I'll plant your seeds wherever I go. So you'll always be with me." She lowers her head. "I hope you found peace. And I hope one day we'll meet again when I come to the crossing at the end of the path. Wait for me." She falls silent then, overcome with emotion. When the only sound is the soft patter of rain mixing with her tears, I take her in my arms and slowly lead her towards the carriage. I'm not sure how long we stood there in the rain, each lost in our own thoughts. Gradually her tears cease, though grief still hangs heavy around her. The journey back is a quiet one. I can't stop thinking about last night. I feel the ghost of her lips on mine, the brush of her fingers over my skin. Something between us has shifted almost imperceptibly, like the walls of mistrust and resentment have cracked. New feelings I cannot yet name flooding in. I study her profile as she gazes out the window and notice there is very much a subtle beauty to her, a strength emerging from her grief. She has suffered much, yet perseveres. Perhaps this arrangement between us will not be as arduous as I anticipated. When the rain-soaked inn appears through the gloom, just seeing the ramshackle exterior, it's too much to handle after the Torah mess today. I need to sleep in my bed tonight, and I refuse. We're not stopping here. I will not spend another night in such a hovel. The driver frowns through the little carriage window. But the road ahead is treacherous in this weather. Surely even this place is better than risking the darkness. I wave away his concerns stubbornly. I'll take my chances with the road. Tell the driver to continue. And so we do. Eventually, the rocking of the coach lulls her into sleep, resting her head on my shoulder. I catch the scent of her hair, jasmine and cedar, soothing with a hint of something more. I feel myself starting to doze as well, the pattering rain masking all but our slow breathing. Eventually, my eyes close, and my muscles relax. But it feels like only a moment later when a crack of lightning splits the sky, followed by a roar of thunder. Jasmine stirs against me. Suddenly I hear it, harsh yelling muffled by the storm. My eyes fly open. This is real. I peer out the coach window but can make out little through the deluge. Jasmine sits upright, fear creasing her brow. She claws into my arm. Another flash illuminates misshapen figures ahead, blocking the road. Even in silhouette, I recognize the mountain clan orcs. Jasmine screams as they descend on the coach. Our entourage has stopped, the armored soldiers doing their best to defend against the brutal orc clan now swarming us. But they are outmatched. One of my soldiers crawls over to my overturned cart, an arrow lodged deep in his shoulder. Blood stains his tunic crimson. "Sir, you must run," he gasps out. "Make haste. There's too many." Before I can respond, he cries out as another arrow pierces his thigh. Yet still, he pushes onward, reaching for the cart and throwing himself over it to shield me from the onslaught. "Save yourself! Go!" he yells hoarsely. I hesitate, loath to leave my men to their fate. But I know he speaks the truth. I will share their end if I remain. I grab Jasmine's hand and we run. We have no choice but to flee down the dark mountainside, scrambling desperately away from the attack. Jasmine cries out as she slips on the steep, muddy terrain, her ankle twisting sharply beneath her. I catch her before she can fall, scooping her slender frame up into my arms. She clings to me, heart pounding against my chest. "Just hold on, I've got you," I tell her. I glance back to see the orcs swarming the road behind us, cutting down my soldiers. We have to keep moving or face the same fate. I start down the treacherous mountainside, holding Jasmine tight against me. She bites her lip to stifle moans of pain as her injured ankle knocks against my legs. I murmur apologies, unable to prevent jostling her in the harrowing descent. Thorny brambles tear at us, but I push forward relentlessly. I can still hear the bloodthirsty hollers of the orcs driving us onward. As long as their voices echo behind us, we cannot stop. After what feels like an eternity, we reach level ground, having descended far from the ambush site. But we are well and truly lost in this vast wilderness. Jasmine's face is pale, her ankle horribly swollen. She cannot go much farther. By fortune's grace, we come across an abandoned shack, half collapsed with age, and it will have to do for the night. I lay her gently down on the weathered floor. She shivers against the chilly night air. I cover her as best I can with my cloak, wishing I had more to keep her warm. As darkness falls, her shivering grows worse, and her cheeks become flushed. I realize with dread that she has developed a fever from our frantic flight through the rain. She whimpers, delirious in the throes of fever. I gather her into my arms, cradling her against my chest to give what little warmth I can, and pray her strength holds out till morning when I can search for help. Holding her trembling body, I softly whisper words of comfort throughout the night. But her fever climbs higher. What if we cannot bring it down? The thought of losing her, this brave and beautiful girl who means so much in such a short time. I'm terrified. I have no control. Stay strong for me, I plead softly, brushing the sweat-soaked hair back from her forehead. But why? She rasps, her voice barely a whisper. I have nothing. I swallow against the tightness in my throat, because I cannot endure losing you. Confusion crosses her flushed face at my words. I go on. You've suffered such loss already. I would give anything to spare you more. She lifts a trembling hand to my cheek. You care for me that much? I do, I confess, clasping her hand in mine. So you must get well. Can you do that for me? The barest hint of a smile tugs at her lips. For you, I suppose I can try. That's all I ask. I press a fervent kiss to her fingers. Now rest. The morning will bring hope, I swear it. She sighs, letting her eyes fall shut, still cradled against me. I suppose I can watch the faint rise and fall of her chest, willing her to keep breathing through this long night. Stay strong, my brave girl, I whisper into the darkness. Stay strong. Chapter 20. Karul. I open my eyes to the soft, diffused glow of dawn seeping through the cracks of the cramped room where we sought shelter. Immediately, I turn to check on Jasmine lying next to me, and to my dismay, she remains unmoving, her breathing shallow. Jasmine? I give her shoulder a gentle shake. No response. Worry gnaws at my gut, because her fever raged dangerously high through the night, despite my efforts to keep her cool and hydrated. Carefully, I gather her limp form into my arms. She feels impossibly light, her head lolling limply against my chest. I have to get her to a healer. After packing up and preparing myself, I step outside, and I'm greeted by the cheerful, melodious morning bird song, which seems to mock our current predicament. I walk for hours, following the road and scanning for any town or village where I might find help. All the while, Jasmine doesn't stir once, lost in unconsciousness. Hold on, please, I murmur, periodically pressing my palm to her clammy forehead. The fever still burns. With her limp body cradled against my chest, I strike out along the rutted forest road as the morning sun peeks over the trees. My mind whirls with fear for her as I trek for hours with no town in sight. Yet the road winds and winds, endlessly through the hushed woods, endlessly draining my resolve. I can't lose her. The beauty of nature dapples the surrounding ground, wildlife calling out from the branches, all of it heedless of my urgency. And still, my sweet Jasmine remains still and silent in my arms except for her shallow, ragged breathing. Curse the gods, high and low. Are they not entertained by my plight? For me, falling over this pitiful little human? As we walk further into midday, my feet are aching, and my arms are burned from carrying her continuous dead weight. But I cannot stop. I murmur encouragements to her unresponsive form, and pray we come across a village soon. The road seems to go on forever with no end in sight, and as the afternoon drags into evening, I despair. There's nothing to do but despair. Jasmine's skin is scalding to the touch, her breath rattling weakly in her chest. As I reach the point of exhaustion, the density of trees lessens, revealing a cluster of buildings in the distance. New adrenaline surges through my exhausted body, and I take off running with her in my arms, ignoring the screaming protest of my muscles, and at long last, I reach the outskirts of a village. Just as the sun sinks below the horizon, just as I had resolved to keel over and die after enduring 12 hours of non-stop hiking through rugged terrain, I'm pushed to the brink of exhaustion. But none of that matters now that we've made it, and Jasmine can get the help she desperately needs. I stumble into the center of the unfamiliar village as dusk falls, clutching Jasmine's limp body to my heaving chest. My legs tremble and buckle from exertion, and I cry out with what little voice I have left. "Healer! Please, I need a healer!" My shout comes out as little more than a cracked, desperate rasp. My throat is bone dry after hours of walking without water. I swallow with difficulty, trying to work some moisture into my ragged vocal cords. "Help her, please!" I call again, forcing the volume into my parched throat. The edges of my vision go dark and spotty from sheer exhaustion and panic. As I stumble down the street, a door creaks open, revealing an older woman who cautiously peeks outside. With an unsteady gait, I lurch towards her, desperation evident in my voice. "My friend is sick, burning with fever," I manage to choke out. "Please! She desperately needs a healer before it's too late." The woman's eyes widen as she takes in Jasmine's limp form and notices my bedraggled, frenzied state. Without uttering a single word, she beckons me inside. Grateful for the invitation, I shuffle into the blessedly warm house, feeling a wave of relief so strong that my knees almost buckle. The woman directs me to lay Jasmine down on a cot, where she immediately begins examining her and mixing poultices. I hover anxiously as she works, adrenaline and fear having carried me this far. But now that Jasmine is receiving care, the weight of the day's ordeal crashes over me. I sway on my feet, the room tilting dangerously. "Just wake up, please. I thought you were my strong, brave girl. Don't prove me wrong." I take her slender hand in both of mine. Her skin still feels overly warm, but the deadly fire of fever has passed. "You have to get better. Do you hear me?" My voice catches. "I can't lose you too. Not after you've somehow found a way into my heart," is what I cannot bring myself to say aloud. But it's true. This sweet, tenacious girl has quietly taken root in my soul before I even realized it was happening. "You changed me, Jasmine," I confess. "I don't know how, but you melted my bitterness and made me feel again." I press a fervent kiss to her knuckles. "You still have more work to do, my dear." I gently stroke her hair back, trying to keep my voice steady. "And the 7 know I have more work as well." I exhale a shaky breath, the weight of my revelations heavy on my mind. "I don't know how you did it, but you've given me a second chance. I'm not sure I deserve it." I squeeze her hand. "But I mean to earn it, to be the man you seem to believe I can be." Eventually, strong hands grasp my shoulders, guiding me into a chair. "Rest easy now, son," a gravelly voice says. "She's in good hands." Exhaustion pulls at me after the harrowing events of the day. Still clasping Jasmine's hand, I lay my head down upon her chest, listening to the blessedly steady beat of her heart. My eyes drift closed as I match my breathing to the rise and fall beneath my cheek. "Just keep resting and get your strength back," I murmur, already sliding towards sleep. "I'll be right here. Always." The tension slides from my body as I let slumber take me, keeping me tethered to this precious girl. As the darkness engulfs me, I once more allow my eyes to rest. I have no choice. Shortly after, I come to my senses with a sudden jolt, gasping for air, briefly unsure of my surroundings. As my vision clears, I look around in a fog to see the healer woman leaning over Jasmine. "Her fever has broken," she says, turning to me with a kind smile. "But you should rest. There's nothing else we can do." Her skin is still flushed and damp, but the terrifying fire of illness has left her. Taking a rag from the basin, I gently begin bathing her face, arms, and body, wiping away the sweat and grime of our frantic journey. My hands shake as I smooth back her hair, reassured by the soft sound of her breathing. My heart pounds against my ribs like a caged bird. I was so close to losing her. "Thank you," I whisper to the healer, my voice thick with emotion. I don't know what I would have done if Jasmine's light had gone out. As I gaze down at Jasmine's resting face, taking in her delicate features, a realization washes over me, a realization that leaves me reeling. I really have fallen for this girl. Somehow she has crept into my battered heart and taken root. My decades of solitude and stoic loneliness seem to have evaporated, leaving only quiet tenderness and protectiveness where once there was only vengeance and grief. I sigh and rub a hand over my face. Surely I must be going mad. How can I possibly justify these feelings blooming for Jasmine when my sworn duty is still to my murdered first love, Isa? Jasmine, can you hear me? Her eyelids flutter open, revealing those piercing blue eyes that make my traitorous heart skip. Karul, she croaks out in a weak rasp. I laugh in pure dizzying relief. She's awake, she's speaking. She's going to be all right. On impulse, I bring her hand to my lips, not even caring how the gesture exposes me. You're fine, I breathe. Thank the spirits. You're going to be just fine. Jasmine gives me a faint smile, and despite all my conflicting emotions and staunch denial, I feel something settle into place at the sight, some fundamental truth clicking home. I enfold her in a careful embrace, tears stinging my eyes. You came back to me, I whisper. Her answering smile, though still weak, seems to lift the immense weight that has been pressing down on my heart. I press fervent kisses to her palms, heedless of propriety. She's recovering. My strong, brave girl. My world is right again. It feels as if a massive, agonizing splinter has been pulled from my heart. Of course I did, she says, barely over a whisper. About time you wake up. There I was, utterly distraught as you slept away, heedless of my turmoil, I exclaim. Absolutely selfish. I thought you were better than that. She swats my chest, unable to can't contain her smile. And just like that, the lingering shadows retreat, leaving only playful affection glowing between us. Recovery and revelry await. We must be off. But first I insist you eat, I say seriously. We'll need your energy for all the trouble I have planned.
Chapter 21. Jasmine. The journey back to the estate is filled with an uncomfortable silence. Karul sits across from me, his gaze distant as he watches the forest scroll by outside the window. He seems lost in his own thoughts, brows drawn together and mouth set in a tense line. How much longer? He demands of the driver, pinching the bridge of his nose. The muffled response, "Nearly there, sir," floats back to us. I long to ask what's on his mind, but don't wish to disturb his brooding. He must be processing the traumatic events of the past few days, as am I. We both suffered devastating losses, the ruination of my childhood home and the massacre of my family and friends. And yet in the depths of shared grief, we found an unexpected closeness neither of us could have foreseen. The connection we forged in the darkness feels as delicate as a new blossom. I don't wish to damage it by prodding too insistently into his inner world, so I leave him be for now, occupying myself by watching the dappled play of sunlight through the forest canopy overhead. Nonetheless, questions churn in my mind. Where do we go from here, now that our old lives lie in ashes behind us? What future can bloom upon this scarred foundation? I steal glances at his stern profile, wishing I could glimpse inside the complex workings of his mind. But his stony expression reveals little, so I can only wait patiently for him to open up when he's ready, and hope that the fragile bond between us can endure past these quiet, heavy hours full of unspoken burdens. The carriage finally rolls to a stop outside the estate. Karul moves swiftly, pushing open the door and climbing down without glancing my way. Taken aback, I gather my skirts and follow him out. He is already striding toward the front doors, spine rigid, giving orders for our luggage to be brought in. I hurry to catch up, confused by his abrupt, businesslike demeanour. "Karul, is everything all right?" I ask tentatively. "I have much work to attend to," he replies brusquely, not slowing his pace. "I will be in my study." With that, he disappears inside, the heavy wooden door clapping behind him. His sudden change in demeanour has left me stunned and motionless on the walkway, feeling hurt by his sudden distance. Following the intimacy we shared during our ordeal, his distance now feels like a door slammed in my face. Trying not to let the hurt show in front of the servants, I make my way slowly inside and up to my own chambers. I cannot understand why he would shut me out after relying on each other for survival and comfort. And now, the days drag by slowly and sadly in my gilded cage. Without a lock, without a key, I wander the 2 quiet halls of the mansion, lost in my grief, with no one to share the burden. Free to stay, free to go, withering like a flower left to fend in the scorching sunlight. Karul is my sole connection to the world of the living, the only familiar presence left. Without him, I have nothing. But it's as if an icy wall has gone up between us again. I ache for the closeness we found, however briefly. Now, the loss of him only magnifies my despair, assuring me that I'm truly and utterly alone. As night falls, I'm unable to sleep, tears streaming all the prettiest makeup down my temples and staining the pillow. During the day, I wear a stoic mask, pretending I do not sit alone sobbing for hours on end. But inside, I am drowning, imprisoned in a cell without a wall. And I was foolish enough to believe that I'd never feel that way again, I whimper spitefully. Each day, the darkness and isolation eat away a little more at my fraying composure. I need Karul's strength to cling to before I unravel completely. But he remains in his tower, the door remaining closed, and behind his mask of stone, he gives no indication if my suffering even stirs him. Attempting to keep myself busy, I stroll through the sculpted hedges and flower beds, dead-headed roses in hand. No amount of tending can shape this into the oasis of beauty and tranquility I had once known. No matter how I lose myself tending the plants, reality always comes crashing down. I talk to the florists and gardeners, pick the brightest colours I can find, and plant every single one by hand until my hands scream louder than my thoughts. Sometimes I stand at the iron gates looking out longingly at the forest beyond. How easy it would be to fly away, to flee this beautiful, punishing prison. Yet, something stops me each time. Foolish hope. Hope for him. I keep myself strung up, both the warden and architect of my own demise. Some fragile, naive, foolish part of me still hopes he will emerge one day soon and see me again. My gallant prince in shining armour. Oh, how I can swoon. For him to truly see me, not some ghost, he glances through. So I clip the heads off roses until my hands bleed, crying in secret where none can hear, praying wordless prayers unto deaf ears. I've tried it all, cursed the gods, searched the corridors and my memories, looking for a clue or any indication of where I went wrong, until finally I am left with a singular option: the drink. The devil's ambrosia. Yesterday, I drank deeply of my feelings, and tonight I do the same. But tonight I'm quite surprised to find liquid courage has replaced the despairing thoughts, and before I know it, I'm stumbling through the echoing halls toward the tower where Karul has sequestered himself these past several weeks. I climb the winding stairs clumsily, using the cold stone walls for support, and upon reaching the heavy oak door, I pound my fists against it, heedless of propriety or composure in my inebriated state. Answers I will have, and now would be a day too late. "Karul!" I shout, my words slurring. "I know you're in there. Stop ignoring me." Part of me is absolutely mortified hearing myself, but the wine has a funny way of eroding inhibitions, so I shout and hammer and curse in a way that is very unbecoming of my house, hammering on the unyielding door until my hands ache. But no response comes from within. Not even a stirring above the commotion, I have no doubt, started downstairs. I pound and make a scene the best I can, my swan song, my last chance. I have to fight now to survive. Otherwise, all is lost, no longer able to keep the helpless thoughts occupied. I rage with everything I have, unable, unwilling to give up or surrender. I owe it to my father. I owe it to this small little slice of serenity I've been afforded. Tears spill down my flushed cheeks, and I press my bloodied hands to the frozen barrier between us. Please, I whisper hoarsely. Please, just talk to me. I'm still here, Karul. I'm still here. If I don't fight now, I will simply wither away. It will be an unremarkable end for an unremarkable girl. But that's not how my story ends. By some divine dealing of fate, I was given a chance to rise. So I must. For mother and father, who I promised to come back to, I must. Then, quite suddenly, the wine or the memories or combination thereof sparks defiance within me. I stagger to my feet, swaying slightly. I'm not leaving, Karul, I yell, pounding on the door again. I'm not giving up on us. I can't. You're all I have left. There is no reason to go on without once I've tasted love. I can't. I know I'm being ridiculous in my drunken condition, but I'm past caring. Weeks of isolation and silence have eroded my composure. Whatever I did to drive you away, I'm sorry. Just talk to me. Yell if you must. Anything is better than this silence. I need you. The silence is deafening, and I sink to my knees. I start to fade. It really is hopeless. What does a piece of property really matter? I close my eyes and think about the time it snowed for weeks and weeks, and we were doing everything we could just to survive. How a single piece of cloth burning in the stove was the difference between life and death. The ever-present whisper, the promise of warmth at the end of the clearing. Lavender and a warm breeze caresses my cheek, the stairway warping and drifting. When was the last time I slept? Or the last time I ate? Tears cloud my eyes, and I slump against the unbudging door, the fight bleeding from me. What use is there in raging or pleading? He has made his choice painfully clear. I'm nothing, less than nothing, with nobody left to remember me, nobody left to care. Suddenly, I'm roused from an alcohol-induced fog as the door gives way. With a yelp, I topple backward into the study, flailing clumsily, and before I can get my bearings, strong arms envelop me, pulling me against a firm, familiar chest. Karul. Overwhelmed, I can only clutch weakly at his tunic. Don't leave me, Jasmine, he rasps, his voice thick with emotion. Please, don't ever leave me. Can you promise me that? I freeze, scarcely daring to believe this is real. After weeks of distance and silence, is he truly here holding me and pleading for me to stay? Joy pierces the fog of drink and despair. He said my name, not another's, but mine, and the raw need in his voice tells me that somehow, beneath the ice, his feelings have remained untouched. I won't be able to stand it. Understand. He holds my cheeks between shaking hands, imploring deeply. At last, I melt against him, fresh tears spilling onto his chest. I cling to him like an anchor, my harbour in the storm. Yes, I whisper fervently. I promise I will never leave you. I am yours in this life and the next.
Chapter 22. Karul. Sunlight shines through the window, waking me from a deep sleep in the softness of Jasmine's bed. I'm in no hurry to leave. Instead, I stay and watch as Jasmine's chest rises and falls with the rhythm of deep sleep. So precious, I murmur as my chest aches still. My eyes trace the outline of her face, her lips slightly parted. I'm content to stay here and watch her from the sanctuary of her bed. Memories of last night wash over me in fragmented waves. The vulnerability in my voice as I pleaded with her. Please, don't ever leave me. It was a moment of raw desperation, an admission I'd been fighting against for days. I've tried to lose myself in distractions, to deny the truth that gnaws at my heart. But as I lie here, the golden rays of sunlight caressing her skin. The truth is undeniable. I have fallen in love with Jasmine Hale. My thoughts drift to yesterday as I stood before Issa's grave, the cold marble offering no solace. Yet, as I spoke of Jasmine, something shifted within me. It was as if telling Issa about the woman who now lays beside me was granting me permission to let go. The burden of guilt that had shackled my heart began to dissolve. After all this time, my head feels clearer than it has in years. Jasmine stirs with a sleepy moan, her lashes fluttering as she awakens. Her eyes, a mirror to her soul, find mine, and I'm drawn into their depths. "Good morning," she whispers, her voice sweet and sleepy. "Good morning," I reply, barely above a breath. The air around us seems charged with an energy that hums through my veins. My gaze lingers on her lips, remembering the taste of her kiss, the promise of what's to come. Before falling asleep last night, we laid here in her bed and shared a short, sweet kiss before just sleeping through the night next to one another. The feelings within me border on ecstatic excitement in what I've just admitted to myself. I don't want to move. Not until I memorize every inch of her face, every curve of her body. She turns towards me ever so slightly, drawing me deeper into those captivating eyes. Her lips are soft and inviting, begging for another kiss. But instead of leaning in, I pull back to give her space. Jasmine strokes my cheek with feather-like fingers before sitting up slowly and swinging her legs over the side of the bed. Her movements are fluid and graceful. They remind me of a dancer rehearsing an intricate routine. She stretches languidly, her back arching in a way that makes me stifle a growl low in my throat. Without another thought, I close the distance between us, pulling her to me and pressing my lips to hers. She responds instantly, her fervor matching mine, and we're lost in the exploration of each other. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Chapter 23. Jasmine. My heart feels swollen near to bursting as I curl up and savour the comfort of having Karul's brawny arms wrapped securely around me. The icy barriers between us have finally fallen away, revealing a tender affection I feared lost. I nuzzle against his broad chest, still hardly daring to believe I have not simply dreamt it all. Karul. I allow myself to murmur, gazing up at him. For an instant after meeting my eyes, his walls seem to fly up again and I brace myself, but then his expression softens into an almost shy smile. "Yes, my sweet," he softly murmurs, reaching up to stroke my hair out of my face. The simple sweetness. My throat tightens. No more aloof silence or avoidance. We have broken through into open-hearted intimacy. "Nothing," I say back, tucking up close to him. Karul trails his fingers idly along my arm as we lay quietly together, the light filtering in through the windows. "Well, I was thinking," he begins, a bit hesitant. "It's supposed to be a beautiful day. We could take a boat out on the lake if you'd like." My face lights up. "That sounds wonderful. It's been ages since I've been out on the water." He smiles, relieved I accepted his suggestion. "I hoped you would say yes." He presses a tender kiss to my lips, then another. When we finally break apart, his eyes shine with affection. "I want to make up for all the time I wasted pushing you away. I don't intend to squander another moment." I caress his cheek. Let's leave regrets in the past where they belong. We're together now, that's all that matters. Suddenly he springs from bed and offers me his hand, excitement crinkling his eyes. Laughing, I let him pull me up and envelop me in an exuberant embrace. His enthusiasm is contagious. After breakfast, Karul kisses me sweetly and tells me he has a surprise planned. Before I can ask what he means, my new handmaiden Liesel appears and whisks me away. "Time to get you ready for your outing, my lady," she declares with a knowing smile. I'm ushered into the dressing room, where a warm, scented bath has been drawn. At peace at the moment, I sink blissfully into the water, while Liesel scrubs my back and works fragrant oils into my hair. Afterward, she pats me dry and sits me before the vanity. I feel like a princess. With gentle, practiced hands, she arranges my hair into an elegant updo, accented by a few loose curling tendrils about my face. Next, she helps me into my undergarments, slipping a satiny chemise over my head and lacing me snugly into a slim corset that accentuates my figure. I run appreciative hands down the cinched waist and flare of hips. "You look stunning, my lady," Liesel proclaims as she holds up an array of gowns for me to consider. I select a pretty champagne-coloured day dress with lace trim. Liesel fastens the row of pearl buttons down the back and makes minute adjustments so the dress hugs my feminine frame. She tops it off with matching slippers and a straw boater hat decorated with flowers and feathers. When I look in the mirror, I barely recognise the elegant lady gazing back at me. The pampering has made me feel like royalty. I cannot wait to see Karul's reaction. After my luxurious preparations are complete, Liesel sends me out to meet Karul in the foyer. He's well dressed and standing by the front window, keeping watch, and at the sound of my approach, he turns, and his eyes widen appreciatively. "You look absolutely radiant," he says, crossing the foyer to take both my hands and place a kiss on my cheek. I thank him, pleased at his reaction after Liesel's meticulous efforts. For a time we stand gazing at each other, his thumb idly stroking my knuckles. Our time apart seems so distant now. He looks at me like the prize I always knew I was. The moment is broken by the crunch of carriage wheels on the drive. Karul peers out the window again. "Our chariot awaits, my lady," he announces with playful formality. He offers his arm, which I accept happily. As we set off, he holds me close, and I rest my head contentedly on his shoulder. The future stretches before us, bright and full of promise. I truly cannot remember a time I felt such sheer joy just to be alive. Today marks a new beginning for us both. Before long, I find myself spirited away, floating on a serene lake with the man of my dreams. Under azure skies, Karul rows. I trail my fingers idly in the water, resting my feet comfortably in his lap. This newfound intimacy was worth every ounce of heartache endured. "Jasmine, your head is in the clouds again," he chides teasingly from his place, manning the oars. "What has you smiling so dreamily over there?" I blink, jolted out of my pleasant daydream. "Oh, nothing of importance," I say lightly, just reminiscing fondly about how lovely these past days with you have been. Karul arches an eyebrow. "Nothing of importance?" "My company has been downright miraculous. Why, before me, your life was but a bleak wasteland." I stifle a laugh at his exaggerated grandiosity. "Naturally, how oblivious of me. Getting to bask in your radiance is truly the pinnacle of joy." "Precisely, you understand now," Karul says smugly. His eyes glint with playful mischief. "However, I'd prefer your attention remain here in the present rather than meandering to days gone by." In one smooth motion, he transfers the oars to one hand and reaches out with the other to grasp my calf. I yelp as he drags me toward the edge of the boat. "In fact, perhaps a dip in the lake will clear that pretty little head of yours," he threatens playfully, inching me closer to the water. "Karul, don't you dare!" I gasp through giggles, swatting ineffectually at his hand. He laughs wickedly, and just when I'm certain he'll tip me in, he relents. With a roguish wink, he tugs me back to safety. There. Now I have your full focus. Rolling my eyes, I settle close against him once more. Always, my sire. As we drift across the tranquil lake, I sigh contentedly. I'm pleased to see you so happy, my dear. It reminds me, you mentioned before how you hunger to travel and see the world beyond these lands. My eyes light up at the thought. Oh yes, I've dreamed my whole life of exploring new places. There is still so much of this wide world I long to discover. Then we shall discover it together, Karul declares. Once things are settled here, we can plan a grand tour. Mountains, coastlines, the great cities, wherever your heart desires. I squeeze his hand eagerly. Truly? I want nothing more than to see it all with you by my side. Karul lifts my hand to brush a kiss over my knuckles. I did promise to show you the capital, but that was only to be the beginning. I will take you wherever your lovely heart wishes to go. As long as it is with you, anywhere would feel like paradise, I whisper. Together we will create our own paradise, wherever the road may lead, Karul vows. Karul and I return to the mansion in high spirits after our lovely outing. For the first time in forever, the future truly feels bright. However, as we approach the front doors, Karul teases me about my horrid rowing skills, and our laughter quickly dies on our lips. There, speaking to Thomas, is a severe-looking elven woman I recognise instantly, though I've never met her before. Karul's former betrothed, the bride he spurned in order to wed me instead. Instantly, my previously buoyant mood plummets like a stone in my chest. Her presence can only signify trouble ahead. I notice Karul's jaw is now tight. His easy humour has abruptly vanished. Wait here, he mutters tersely before striding up to speak with the woman, his manner radiating tension. I hover anxiously just inside as their conversation turns heated. This spectre from our past has returned to haunt us, threatening to shatter the delicate happiness we've found. I cannot make out the words, but the tension in Karul's frame tells me all I need to know. She is here to tear us apart. I approach the elf woman, my demeanour cool and businesslike. What are you doing here? She draws herself up haughtily. I've come to address your reprehensible conduct regarding... I cut her off. Jasmine, go upstairs, please. Jasmine hesitates. No, I'm staying here. I give her a pleading look, and she reluctantly withdraws into the manor. Turning back to my visitor, I say in a low, even tone, you should leave this place. Now. The woman's eyes flash. Not until you answer for the grave insult to my family's honour.
Chapter 24. Karul. Farah stands rigidly in my study, her posture betraying her anger and determination. I regard her coolly, waiting for her to speak. Farah, I say smoothly, to what do I owe the pleasure? She fixes me with an icy stare, her jaw set in a firm line. Let's dispense with hollow pleasantries, she says sharply. You know exactly why I'm here. I cross my arms, unfazed by her hostility. Do enlighten me, I reply calmly. Your little stunt, she spits out the words, ruined my family's prospects. We demand recompense. Her tone is clipped and forceful. I give a humorless laugh, unimpressed by her demands. Is that right? I ask sardonically. And what exactly do you want from me? The tension in the room is palpable as we face off, both unwilling to back down. You will marry me as originally planned. She states it as fact. I level an impassive look at her. That won't be happening. Farah's eyes flash dangerously. You don't have a choice in the matter. Oh, I believe I do, I reply mildly. If you refuse, my family will destroy you. I rub my chin as if considering her words. Still no. Farah looks outraged. You can't dismiss me so easily. There will be consequences. I shrug. I really don't care. Now, if you're quite finished with the idle threats, the door is that way. I point helpfully, gesturing towards the door that leads to freedom. She stands there, gaping at me in shock and disbelief. For once, she is rendered speechless. I bask in a moment of self-satisfaction, knowing that I have outsmarted her. But Farah's eyes quickly shift from surprise to fury. Her entire being seems to radiate with anger and determination. You will marry me, she demands, to redeem my family's honor. Her words are cold and calculated, leaving no room for negotiation. Despite her threats, I remain stoic and unyielding. I'm afraid I won't be doing that. How dare you defy me? She seethes, her voice laced with venom. I quite dare, I reply coolly, refusing to back down. Farah's face contorts with rage, and it looks as if she may strike me. Do not test me, she warns through clenched teeth. You insolent wretch! You will regret this outrage. I give a slow blink. Will I? How troubling. Enough of these games, Farah screeches. You will consent to this union, or you will suffer dearly for it. I stifle a yawn. Fascinating. Well then, I suppose we've reached an impasse. I gesture languidly to the study door. I won't be relenting, so I suggest you stop wasting both our time and see yourself out. Farah stands rigid, quivering with anger. Her eyes promise murder. I merely arch an eyebrow. Very well, she-demon. If you insist on continuing this tantrum, let us have this discussion in my study. Farah stands rigid, quivering with anger. Her eyes promise murder. I merely arch an eyebrow. Very well, she-demon. If you insist on continuing this tantrum, let us have this discussion in my study. I gesture for her to precede me out of the room. She stalks past, posture stiff with indignation. I follow at a leisurely pace. I take a seat in my cozy study, the warmth of the fireplace dancing across my skin. I fold my hands neatly on the desk and offer Farah a polite smile. Before we continue this riveting conversation, may I interest you in some refreshments? A warm cup of tea, perhaps? Farah's expression twists into confusion. Refreshments? No, thank you, I'm fine. Her eyes dart around the room, taking in the bookshelves lining the walls and the delicate paintings adorning them. The scent of old leather and ink fills the air, creating a comfortable atmosphere. I clap my hands. Nonsense, I must insist. One should never neglect hospitality. I pull a cord to summon the servant. When the tea tray arrives, I pour 2 cups despite Farah's protests. They're much better, I declare, taking a slow sip. As the servant pours the tea, there's a soft knock at the study door. Before I can respond, it creaks open, and Jasmine peers in hesitantly. I thought I heard raised voices, she says. Her eyes flick between me and Farah uncertainly. I give Jasmine a reassuring smile. Just a minor disagreement, my dear. Nothing to worry yourself over. I subtly waved my hand, trying to convey the message for Farah to leave. The last thing I want is for her fiery temper to be directed at Jasmine. To my relief, Jasmine gives a slight but acknowledging nod. Farah sets down her untouched cup of tea with an impatient thud. No more games. My patience is wearing thin. Games? I feign surprise, trying not to show my irritation. I simply thought we could have a civilized conversation over tea. After all, it wouldn't be proper for me to be a poor host. As I speak, I gesture towards the elegant teapot and cups in front of us, hoping to diffuse the tension with hospitality. Farah grits her teeth. This is not a social visit. Now stop wasting my time and answer me. I take another long sip before delicately placing my cup down. My apologies. You were saying something about secrets and threats? I give her my most benign, attentive look as she seethes silently across from me. If she wants to make demands, she'll have to work a lot harder than tired clichés. I have no intention of being cowed or rushed. I set my teacup down and fold my hands expectantly. You claim to know so much about me. So what is it you want? Farah's eyes harden. You will marry me as originally intended. I will do no such thing. Our families had an agreement. You will honor it and take me as your wife. Her tone brokers no argument. I give a hollow laugh. You must be joking. This is no joke, Farah snaps. Marry me and restore my family's lost honor. Anger simmers in me, but I keep my voice deadly calm. I will not be marrying you under any circumstances. You forfeited any choice when you spurned our engagement with your reckless antics. Farah spits. The human is expendable. Our houses must unite. I slam my fist on the desk, rattling the tea set. Watch your words about her. That human is my wife. Farah scoffs. A contract wife only. Easily dissolved. Her smile is venomous. My family's power far outweighs yours now after your games. Do not defy me in this. I am perilously close to losing my composure. I whisper through gritted teeth. Is that a threat? Farah shrugs delicately. Merely a fact. For your own good, you will marry me. Refuse, and you will regret it. I lean back in my chair, steepling my fingers as I look at Farah. Utterly amusing, I muse. Farah scowls. What is? I give her a thin, icy smile. This absurd scheme of yours. Did you really think you could intimidate me into marriage? You will regret mocking me, Farah hisses. My family's power. I cut her off with a dismissive wave of my hand. Yes, your might is unmatched. I tremble before you, etc. I fix her with an imperious stare. Let me make something clear, little girl. You're no threat to me. Farah rears back, incensed. How dare you? I could destroy everything you hold dear. I snort derisively. Could you? By all means. Go ahead and try if you wish. I lean forward, my voice dripping with contempt. In fact, your impudence provides a welcome distraction. I've been seeking a new passion project. Crushing you will fill that need nicely. Farah pales slightly but sets her jaw stubbornly. You underestimate my resolve. I will have what I desire one way or another. I drum my fingers on the desk. What you desire is of no consequence to me. Now run along. I'm bored of these histrionics. Farah fixes me with an icy stare. You think my words are mere threats? I am simply stating facts. Defy my family at your own peril. I meet her gaze unflinchingly. I think you are grasping at straws, trying to salvage a ruined arrangement. Ruined by your reckless behavior, Farah snaps. She takes a breath, composing herself. But I am willing to overlook this insult, as you are still a worthy suitor. I scoff. You flatter me. I spread my hands placatingly. Look, I understand your position. Powerful family, scorned bride. It's quite the dramatic tale. Farah looks incredulous but remains silent as I continue. And I'll admit, I have much to recommend me. Dashing, influential, absurdly wealthy. I give a nonchalant shrug. Small wonder you're loath to lose such a prize. Farah's eye twitches, but she holds her tongue. But fret not, I declare magnanimously. For there are plenty of eligible bachelors who would love the honor of your hand. I place a hand over my heart. While our brief betrothal shall always hold a special place in my heart, alas, it was not meant to be. But chin up. Your fairy tale ending awaits out there somewhere. I finish with an earnest smile. Farah looks torn between apoplectic fury and utter disbelief. I make a shooing gesture. Now go, seek your destiny. There is no need to pine after this scoundrel when better options abound. I believe in you. With a strangled noise of frustration, Farah wrenches open the door. You will live to regret this, she hisses before storming out. sparks literally flying from her fingertips. I blow a playful kiss after her. Perhaps I shouldn't goad her so, but her pretentiousness brings out my impish side. Now it is time to prepare a proper countermove before she tries anything rash. This damsel's distress is just beginning.
Chapter 25. Jasmine. I can do this, I tell myself, trying to find some confidence as I stride down the silent hall. The tense encounter with Karul's former betrothed leaves me with a gnawing curiosity, despite his reassurances. What exactly did the elf woman say to put such a stormy look on Karul's face? My mind races as I pace back and forth in my chambers, resisting the urge to press my ear against the study door down the hall. The muffled sounds of their conversation were so frustratingly out of reach. As I cautiously peek into the room, I'm quickly shushed away by Karul. Frustrated, I flop onto my chaise, the sound of its fabric creaking under my weight as I try to push away the overwhelming desire to pry. Surely, Karul will tell me everything I need to know, won't he? Even now, I can't shake off the memory of the elf woman's haughty glare. A hesitant knock echoes down the hall. The oak slab creaks open, revealing a timid servant girl with a laundry basket. As she moves about, delicately hanging and smoothing out dresses, inspiration strikes me. "Liza," I call out, gesturing to the untouched snack platter from earlier. "Would you mind taking this tray of crackers down to the kitchen?" Liza bobs into a curtsy, her eyes bright with deference. "Of course, my lady." Once she leaves, I swiftly exit the room and chase after her down the servants' stairwell before it snaps closed. This hidden passageway runs directly behind the study. For once, fate seems to be on my side. Crouched against the stone wall, I strain to listen to snippets of the discussion. Muffled voices, raised voices, something about the woman's family and their demands. It's like an elusive puzzle just waiting to be put together. Guilt gnaws at my conscience. I forcefully push it aside. My curiosity demands to know what he faces, what we face. Soon enough, the elf's strident voice rises in a crescendo of finality. My pulse quickens at the menacing tone that swells from her lips. In a flurry, I rush back upstairs, nearly colliding with the elf woman as she emerges from the study. Her sharp, piercing gaze locks onto me and pins me in place like a butterfly on display. "Jasmine, isn't it?" Her voice is as smooth as snakeskin, yet carries an underlying sense of danger. My heart races as I freeze under her scrutiny, unnerved that she knows my name. Yes. The elf woman moves with an eerie grace, her steps almost otherworldly as she circles me. Her eyes seem to glow in the dim light, and her long hair flows behind her like ethereal wings. "You care for him, don't you?" It is so plainly obvious. Her voice sends chills down my spine. She drops to a chilling whisper. "But he is promised to another. If you come between us, it will mean his ruin." I suppress a shudder at the emptiness in her gaze. What does she mean by ruin? "I mean, girl, that unless you remove yourself from the picture, Karul will meet a rather unfortunate end." A wave of terror crashes over me, cold and suffocating. She knows exactly how to strike where it hurts most. Her hand brandishes my cheek in a condescending gesture. "For his sake, I suggest you come to terms with your reality. Stay, and you risk condemning him." Her words are like daggers piercing my heart. Karul's life hangs in the balance because of me. The thought sends my mind reeling in panic. The elf studies my distraught expression with those dark, unfathomable eyes. "I can see that you now comprehend the gravity of the situation. His life rests solely on your decision." "You would truly end his life?" "Not I. Silly girl, not I. But there are consequences. You must understand. For those who dare to cross my family, retribution shall be had." She smooths out her elaborate skirts, the fabric rustling softly. It is, how you would say, just politics. The way forward is clear. Make the best choice for the both of you. She turns and glides away without another word, confident that she has ensnared me with her words and power. My heart clenches in fear as I realise the weight of the choice before me. Her chilling proclamation hangs in the air like a looming storm, threatening to destroy the fragile bliss we had built together. Even hours after leaving, her words still echo in my mind, causing me to sink to the floor under their weight. Love and fear battle fiercely inside of me, tearing at my emotions. What cruel fate awaits us now? At this moment, I want nothing more than to run to Karul's side, but a nagging voice inside my head warns me of the danger it would bring. Would my mere presence put him in even greater peril? My thoughts turn to Karul, my beloved. I pray for his protection, knowing that what I must do next would break both our hearts. I cannot allow that vile temptress to use me against him. With a heavy heart, I decide to flee from this place. I need to sever the connection between us before it's the death of him, my star-crossed lover. After finding my handmaid, I ask her to fetch me a bath, and she curtsies in response. Right away, my lady. She efficiently prepares the ornate tub and scented oils. I disrobe and step in mechanically, barely registering the heat as I sink into the fragrant water. Liselle looks at me with concern as she gently scrubs my back. Pardon me, my lady, but you seem quite distracted tonight. It's nothing, I murmur reflexively. Liselle waits patiently. I sigh, amending. Just a bit much on my mind. Anything I can assist with? I nearly unburden myself in a rush, but no, I cannot drag her into this. I appreciate your care, but this is a matter I must settle myself. Liselle still seems worried, but simply inclines her head submissively. I understand, my lady. I only hope your troubles are swiftly resolved. I manage a small smile. As do I. She means well, but this shadow looming over me and Karul is mine to face alone. Liselle finishes washing my hair in silence. I sink into numb contemplation, no closer to untangling the threats coiled around my heart. That will be all for tonight, I tell her with a tone of finality, sending her off as I soak into the tepid bath water. I swirl a finger through the cooling bath, leaving ripples in my wake. The servants came and went what felt like ages ago, removing the dinner trays I barely touched. Still, the study door remains firmly shut. I sigh, chin propped glumly on one knee that pokes above the surface. I should leave this rapidly chilling bath before I catch a chill myself, but some foolish, fanciful part of me wants to wait here, like a mermaid lurking in the depths, in hopes my prince will arrive to dispel the icy claws gripping my heart. A shiver runs down my spine as the draught fills the room, causing goosebumps to form on my skin. Enough moping in the murky dregs. With water still dripping from my body, I gingerly place my feet onto the warm bath mat. After drying off from my cold bath, I wrap myself in a robe and make my way silently to Karul's bedroom. The manor is dark and quiet, with no signs of him emerging from his study anytime soon. A shiver runs down my spine as the draught fills the room, causing goosebumps to form on my skin. I take my time slipping into my nightgown, lost in brooding thoughts. The elf's threats keep replaying in my mind, each repetition making them feel more ominous. I wish I could speak plainly to Karul, but fear holds my tongue. I pad across the room and slip beneath the silken sheets of the grand four-poster bed. The mattress still bears the imprint of our entwined bodies from nights before. Now it envelops me in luxurious softness, yet does little to ease the ache in my heart. I stare up at the ornately carved ceiling, tears leaking from the corners of my eyes, wetting the pillow slip. Karul feels farther away right now than ever, still sequestered away behind closed doors with his urgent business. Meanwhile, I am left here swirling in doubts and dread. That icy-eyed elf's threats echo relentlessly through my mind. I now know the bliss I've found here cannot last. A muffled sob escapes me, and I clutch one of Karul's pillows to my chest, drawing what little comfort I can from his lingering scent. But it is a poor substitute for the warm strength of his arms. Tonight, I shall cry myself to sleep, wishing to reclaim the joy of simply loving and being loved in return. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
or clawing up from the realms of fantasy,
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
these monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires,
demons,
dark elves,
gods.
minotaurs, creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks,
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks,
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 26. Karul. After the tense encounter with my jilted betrothed, I retreat to my study, craving solitude. My mind churns with doubts and unanswered questions. I know I dismissed her in front of Jasmine, but the sorceress's veiled threats continue nagging at me. She's going to be a problem, I announced to the empty room without a doubt. I know it. I pour myself a glass of rich elven wine, hoping to calm my nerves. But as I swallow the dark liquid, it only amplifies my agitation. I slam the glass down in frustration. Getting to my feet, I begin pacing, emotions boiling inside me unchecked. Jasmine knocked earlier, her concern evident even muffled through the heavy door. It tore at me to dismiss her so brusquely, but I cannot pull her into this brewing storm. Rubbing my throbbing temples, I mentally sift through the sorceress's vague warnings, searching for any grain of truth. But my chaotic thoughts only spiral darker, like water sucked down a drain. A firm knock interrupts my corrosive brooding. Before I can respond, Akura enters, reading the turmoil on my face instantly. His reassurances provide momentary relief, but uncertainty continues gnawing at my composure. We're doomed. Completely messed up. Everything is a waste. I am a failure, just like my father said. Why didn't I just agree to the marriage? The money, the prestige. My friend, you are yet again in rare form. Calm yourself, sit down, and have a drink. Oh, I assure you, drinks are not what we are lacking. Are you listening? Completely screwed. Did you see how entirely and absolutely pissed off my father and his goons were? You have nothing to worry about, he says, having a seat in the study we've conferred in so many times. But this time is different. This time I am truly and perfectly messed up. It's a contract marriage, is it not? Akura soothes me, trying his best to steady my anxious mind. And it was done in secret long before your father tried to sell your hand to the highest bidder. Any way you look at it, it was an overreach on your father's part. And how could they reliably tell if you don't actually love your new wife? It's all absurd. Any accusations would be baseless. I pace my study, running an agitated hand through my hair. That insufferable woman and her threats have put my future plans in jeopardy. The brat. The filthy, rotten brat. Listen to me, Akura pleads. Damn! I continue. Akura steps towards me. That is not going to happen. Listen to me, we covered our bases. Covered our bases? If she exposes my original vengeful motivations for marrying Jasmine, everything I've built could come crashing down, I say, taking another swig of this garish strong liquor that makes me feel like a damn filthy orc. And I cannot risk losing Jasmine, not when... I just can't lose her, understand? Akura grasps my shoulder firmly. I have investigated her thoroughly since her visit. There is nothing. No proof. No records of our arrangement. Not even idle gossip among the nobility. But how can you be certain we did not overlook something? I say. If any document surfaces of my original vengeful motives, it would hold no power even if such evidence existed, which I assure you it does not. I begin to pace, unconvinced. But if her family discovers the marriage began as a farce, Akura cuts me off, which would require them to have access to legal records we long ago destroyed. Your mind conjures phantoms. There is nothing for them to expose. I halt my pacing, wrestling with my doubts before considering conceding. Forgive me, old friend. With you vouching for our security, I should not second guess. Feeling reassured by Akura's steadfast counsel, I suggest we take some refreshments. I ring for a servant, and soon a procession arrives bearing trays of food and drink. They set places for us at the table by the mullioned window, arraying petite finger sandwiches with meticulously cut crusts, an assortment of pickled vegetables, wafer-thin slices of smoked meats, and poached salmon garnished with herbs. A servant presents the wine selection, and I choose a light summer vintage to complement the fare. The crystal glasses are brought in with the pale, honey-hued wine, beads of condensation already forming on the surface from the chill of the cellar. Another servant appears carrying a tray of tiny rose-scented cakes dusted with powdered sugar for dessert. After a few moments of enjoying the spread, Akura sets down his wine glass. Now let us discuss solutions. What assets can be used to counter this vexatious woman? I dab my mouth with the linen napkin, considering. Coin, I have plenty of, but I doubt she can be bought off. I drum my fingers on the table. No. It will take more subtle maneuvering. Akura nods thoughtfully. Perhaps we ought to revisit the status of certain properties. For instance, the mithril mines to the north? He raises a questioning eyebrow. I catch his drift immediately. Those mines remain the crown jewel of my inheritance. You believe gifting them to secure greater influence could shift the scales? It may gain powerful allies and cast doubts upon any accusations from your enemies, Akura suggests cannily. I smile slowly. Old friend, I should have known you already have machinations in motion. I lean forward eagerly. Tell me, what grand scheme have you devised? Akura's eyes take on a sly gleam. Let us just say I've reached out to the palace on your behalf. Presenting the king certain riches can sway his favor most advantageously. He spreads his hands. Of course, I would not dream of making such a monumental move without your consent, but now I stand ready to act in your best interests. I grasp his arm gratefully. Do it. You have my full trust. I sit back, smiling. With you as my strategist, I fear no venomous sorceresses or their threats. I tap my chin thoughtfully. Gifting the mines could be seen as weakness, but it may also blind the king to certain past irregularities. Akura nods. Power and riches are the only language the elven nobility understands. I let out a derisive snort. Too true, my friend. Wave enough gold under their noses, and past sins are forgotten. Exactly. Akura refills our glasses. Securing the throne's favor ensures no accusations can gain traction. It is the wisest course. I swirl the wine pensively. You make a compelling case, and I'm weary of looking over my shoulder. I meet Akura's gaze. Very well. It seems you have a solution. Akura smiles. I will draft the order of gifts immediately if you consent. More ink and parchment, I signal the servant. We have a declaration to compose. The servant rushes off. I raise my glass to Akura. To finding peace and shutting the mouths of vipers. I will drink to that. Akura chuckles. Moments later, fresh supplies are arrayed on the table before us. I hand the quill to Akura. You have the cleverest turn of phrase, my friend. The honor should be yours. With heads bent together, we carefully craft the document that will be my olive branch to the king. It will be the perfect bait to keep him blind to the past and win me leverage. By day's end, the mines will no longer be mine, but the future will be all the more secure. The afternoon passes swiftly as we polish the declaration until we are fully satisfied. Akura stretches and stands. I will see this delivered to the royal envoy at once. I clasp his shoulder gratefully before he takes his leave, bearing the document that will be my lifeline. The weight I've carried feels lifted, knowing Akura acts in my best interests. The sun sinks low outside the study windows as I tidy up the remains of our meeting. Despite the progress made, I feel a pang, remembering Jasmine's hurt expression when I dismissed her earlier. I make my way upstairs, hoping despite the late hour she will still be awake. I owe her an explanation and a long overdue confession. My steps quicken, imagining her reaction to my words of love. I enter my bedchamber softly, not wishing to wake her. But there, Jasmine waits up for me, an angel in gossamer nightclothes, more stunning than any vision my mind could conjure. My breath catches at the sight of her. In the candlelight, I read the love in her eyes that mirrors my own. My future, my destiny, she waits before me. All is right in my world again. Karul, she purrs invitingly. But as I draw nearer, something in her expression stops me short. Behind the sultry facade, her eyes are clouded with distraction, her smile painted on. I sit gingerly beside her. Jasmine, is everything all right? Jasmine's alluring facade crumbles. She looks aside, lower lip trembling. It's nothing you need to worry about. I don't wish to burden you. I cup her cheek, guiding her gaze back to mine. No burden at all. Please, let me in. She wavers, emotions warring on her face. But finally, she shakes her head sadly. Not yet. Though it pains me to see her struggling alone, I simply open my arms in acquiescence. She burrows into my embrace, and I feel the tension slowly ease from her body. But then she lifts her head, her lips brushing mine, and all thought leaves me. I want nothing more than to devour the taste of her.
Chapter 27. Jasmine. You're in my bed. Karul murmurs against my lips, pushing me onto my back as he crawls over me. It seems he's caught my need for our bodies to talk instead of our mouths. I've been waiting for you. His eyes rake over the sheer nightdress I'm wearing.
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 28. Jasmine. Moonbeams dance playfully through the open balcony doors, casting a warm glow over the bed where Karul lay tangled in luxurious silken sheets. The air is thick with the intoxicating scent of night blooms and spent passion. What am I to you? I wonder from the other side of the glass double doors. A mere convenience here for the taking, or perhaps something more? I shake my head, sighing deeply. What's the point of wishing for something I may never have? I should simply be grateful for what I have had with him thus far. Karul is fast asleep as I slide back into bed. I prop myself up on one elbow, my gaze fixated on Karul's chiselled features, softened by sleep. His chest rises and falls rhythmically, like a steady beat to my racing heart. There's a long scar across his chest, and I wonder for a moment what kind of trouble he got himself into for that one. I'm going to miss him more than anything in the world, but I cannot keep him. I cannot. It would be selfish. That dark elf woman meant business. I know I should let him rest, but my love for him consumes me. I fear this may be my only chance to express the depth of my feelings. Karul? I whisper softly, unable to contain the words any longer. My voice trembles with emotion, as if afraid to break the stillness of the night. His eyes blink open, glittering silver in the dimness. One looks at me, and he seems to know. He shifts onto his side, taking my hand and waiting silently for me to continue. I inhale deeply, attempting to calm the racing of my heart. There is something I need to tell you, something that cannot wait any longer. I take a deep breath and gather all of my courage before continuing. I love you. The words escape my lips like a flock of doves released into the night sky, each one representing a piece of my heart. It feels like a moonflower, slowly unfurling its delicate petals in the moonlight. I understand if you don't feel the same way, but I couldn't keep this inside any longer. I love you with every fibre of my being and more. I understand the futility of it all. I am, after all, just a piece of property as outlined in our contract. His eyes widen in shock, freezing him in place. My own eyes start to well up with tears. Please forgive me, I shouldn't have said anything. No. He places a finger over my lips. Don't apologise. Not for that. Slowly, a smile dawns across his face like the rising sun. Oh, my darling, I love you too. My throat constricts as a sob threatens to escape. Please, don't feel obligated to reciprocate. I manage to choke out. I know this is sudden, but I cannot stay here and pretend any longer. I swipe at the tears streaking my face, feeling the wetness on my fingertips. You have shown me such kindness, given me a glimpse of a life I never dreamed possible. My voice breaks as I struggle to hold back another sob. But I cannot be a burden or complicate things for you by remaining. Taking a shuddering breath, I try to steady myself. I will always treasure the memories of our time together, I say, my voice trembling with emotion. This is goodbye, but I had to let you know how deeply you touched my heart in just this short while we've known each other. The weight of my feelings presses down on me, making it hard to breathe. But I know this is the right decision for both of us. As I start to withdraw from his grasp, his fingers tighten around mine, and he looks at me with fierce determination, his eyes boring into mine, blazing with intensity. What do you mean by leaving? You speak of love in one moment and then mention departure in the next. Karul's penetrating gaze searches my face, seeking something within me. And then there is the matter of the contract. If by the very nature of it restraining you, you intend to leave. You understand how not a single part of this plan makes sense. Sweet, precious princess, unburden yourself. Let me help you. Why run away when you have me? His brow furrows, a mix of hurt and confusion etched on his features. His voice trembles with emotion as he continues. After exposing your heart to me, how could you even think of leaving? What did we talk about? You said you would stay. Tears prick at the corners of my eyes, threatening to escape. My hands shake as I desperately try to wipe them away. It's because of her, your betrothed. I overheard her threats, how she plans to use me as a pawn against you. I can't allow myself to be that weakness. A flicker of realization dances across Karul's features, his eyes widening as he takes my hands in his own. He holds them tightly, a fierce determination burning behind his gaze. Jasmine, please don't leave because of her empty threats, he pleads, his voice as soft and comforting as the embrace of a warm blanket. She has no power over me or our relationship. But I can't shake the fear that grips me, like icy fingers clutching at my heart. I shake my head adamantly, my hair rustling against my shoulders. You just don't see it, I insist, my words laced with desperation and frustration. I punctuate each one with a pointed finger to emphasize my point. It was in her eyes. She means to destroy your life if you don't comply. Frustration creeps into Karul's voice now, his hand clenching into a tight fist at his side. Curse her for distressing you so, he growls through gritted teeth. I tell you, it was mere posturing. There is no proof of anything amiss with our marriage. But even as he speaks, doubt lingers in the air like a thick fog, threatening to consume us both. But if her family discovers you wed me only to get revenge, I begin, my voice trembling with fear. They can discover nothing. Karul interrupts forcefully, taking a step closer to me. Our vows are sealed and binding, consummated in the sight of the gods. The fire in his eyes matches the intensity of his words, but I can't help but wonder if he truly believes them, or if he is trying to convince himself as much as I do. He gives me a roguish wink. So fret not, my darling. That vile harpy of a woman's squawking does not ruffle me. He still looks concerned, so he adopts a theatrical manner to make me smile. Why, Akra and I have been cooking up a grand scheme while you've been languishing here pining for me all day, in case you wanted to know. I roll my eyes at the dramatics. Oh, is that so? Indeed, we know my once family desperately craves the mithril mines that were my inheritance. He leans in close. So we've decided to gift the mines to the king himself instead. I gasp. You didn't? A mischievous glint danced in his eyes, causing them to sparkle with excitement. He couldn't contain his glee as he declared, but we did it. In return for our aid, the king has promised us protection from all foes. We have successfully thwarted my treacherous relative's wicked schemes. An even wider grin stretched across Karul's face as he elaborated. And not only that, but the king has bestowed upon me a new noble title and vast lands far from this place. I will finally be free from the grasp of my cursed family's legacy. My heart swelled with joy at the news, and I couldn't help but reach out and squeeze his hands in celebration. This is incredible, a fresh start for both of us. The weight of our past will no longer hold us down. Karul nods, his eyes sparkling with warmth. No longer will there be lingering shadows from our past to haunt us. Just you and I, stepping hand in hand into a radiant future. He kisses my hand gallantly. No one will lay a finger on us or meddle in our affairs ever again. The king's favour will see to that. I outright giggle now, catching his playful mood. My cunning prince, you've thought of everything. However, can I repay you for putting my mind so at ease? I pretend to swoon in his arms, and he taps his chin pensively. I'm sure I can think of some ways for you to show your immense gratitude, my lady. He lets out a roguish grin and trails a teasing line of kisses along my jaw, down my neck, and across my collarbone. I sigh contentedly, my fingers tangling in my hair. Did you truly believe that you could confess your love and then simply disappear into the night? He murmurs huskily against my smooth skin. I shiver under my touch, her body responding to my every move. I thought it was the only way. She gasps out. A soft chuckle escapes my lips as he showers me with gentle kisses, each one leaving a trail of fire along my skin. My dear Jasmine, he whispers, his voice filled with adoration and possessiveness. You should know by now, I never let go of what is mine. With that declaration, his lips claim mine once more in a fierce kiss, our passion growing with each passing moment. The world around us fades into insignificance as we lose ourselves in each other, two souls intertwined in an unbreakable bond. There will be no fleeing for noble, self-sacrificing reasons anymore. We stand together now, through thick and thin. Our love burns bright and strong, a flame that will never be extinguished. His piercing eyes meet mine, filled with an intensity that takes my breath away. The corners of his lips tug upwards into a tender smile as he speaks, his voice laced with unwavering love. Jasmine, I love you more than words can express. You are my everything, and together we will weather every storm and emerge even stronger. Tears of pure joy shimmer in my eyes as he leans in for a kiss that ignites a fire within me. His arms wrap around me, holding me close as our lips move in perfect harmony. When we finally part for air, his words echo in my mind and heart. Nothing will ever come between us. I am yours, now and always. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he adds playfully, and let's seal that promise properly. With renewed determination, he pulls me into another passionate kiss.
Chapter 29. Karul. Liza, I need your discretion on a most confidential matter. I want this wedding to be everything our first hasty one was not. Jasmine deserves a true ceremony where we pledge ourselves before man and the mother. For weeks I work in secret for weeks, planning a lavish affair in the annoying human custom, hoping to surprise my beloved. The handmaiden nods, eyes glinting knowingly as we speak in hushed tones in the East Gallery. She is privy to all of her mistress's likes and habits. In the orangery, I review options for floral arrangements with the gardener. Moonlace, I confirm decisively. Fill the gardens with it. The head chef catches my eye across the bustling kitchen. She makes a twirling motion with one finger. I grin and nod. Jasmine's favorite sweet cream cake. In my study, I pore over sketches of gown designs discreetly sent by the royal tailor. I tap one decisively, elegantly simple, to complement Jasmine's graceful beauty. I handpick the music for the quartet and the menu for the wedding feast. In the market, I choose delicate hair, combs, and jewelry to complement her dress. Each detail is meticulously planned. Finally, the day arrives. I blindfold Jasmine and lead her out to the flower-bedecked arbor. "What are you doing?" she squeaks. "Under contractual obligation, you are to trust me, are you not?" "Of course I trust you." "Then we must be off. Move that sweet rear, little lady." I lead her out of the foyer to the garden where the sound of cheering and the sweet harmony of human music played on authentic human instruments. I kiss over each of her eyelids, then remove the blindfold. Her wondering expression shifts to joyful shock as she takes it all in. My gift to her, the first of many. My heart swells seeing her twirl delightedly amidst the gently drifting petals. Today I make everything right in our world. Today we begin again. We walk hand in hand down the flower-strewn aisle, tears shining in her eyes. "No tears now, my love," I whisper with a smile. "This is a joyous day." I can't resist giving her a grin and pinching her bottom playfully. She yelps softly, swatting my shoulder with her bouquet, while struggling to contain her smile. "Karul, behave yourself!" she scolds through a pretty blush. I relish the blush that spreads across her cheeks, and she shakes her head, eyes promising vengeance. The only sort of vengeance I would like to deal with moving forward. She presses closer to me as we walk, and when we reach the flower-wreathed altar and face each other, I tenderly brush a happy tear from her cheek. "You've made me the happiest man alive today," I tell her earnestly. "I don't deserve you, darling, but I intend to spend forever proving my love to you." Jasmine's eyes shimmer with emotion. "Just having your heart is all I'll ever need," she replies softly. "My radiant bride, my moon and stars, my princess, and love of my life. What can I say? From the moment I first saw you, my world was irrevocably changed. I confess." Tears well up in her bottom lids, threatening to dampen her beautifully long lashes. "Before you, I was simply going through the motions, living only a half-life, my heart closed off and shrouded. But then you appeared, like the rising sun burning away the fog to reveal vivid color and light. All these dimensions I was vaguely aware of, but never had experienced. I say solemnly. I continue, until you shone into my dark world like the rising sun. Your warmth and light gave me a reason to lift my eyes from the ashes of the past. With gentle patience, you taught me how to feel hope and joy again when I was convinced those gifts were forfeit. No worldly delicacy ever tasted as sweet to me as the first brush of your lips. No jewel could match the radiance of your eyes peering into my hidden darkness and reflecting back dazzling possibilities. Taking a ragged breath, I finish by vowing, you are my dream made real, my guiding star. Everything dull and monotone is now illuminated by your presence. My pulse beats to the rhythm of your name. My every breath sings with love for you. I finish my heartfelt vows, my voice cracking with emotion as I pour out my love for this remarkable woman. Jasmine has tears shining in her eyes, and she brings my hands up to gently kiss my knuckles. The tender gesture undoes me completely. I feel my own eyes grow damp. How could I have been so blessed to have this compassionate soul choose to share her life with mine? She could have rejected me after learning the truth about our arrangement, but instead embraced me with open arms. I do not deserve this gift, but I will spend forever striving to. After a moment composing myself, I nod to Jasmine to indicate she can begin her own vows. She takes a steadying breath, squeezing my hands one more time. As she begins speaking, the love shining from her face leaves me breathless. Before you, I was lost. No matter what she says, I know it could never encompass how deeply she has healed my battered heart. But I listen raptly, focused only on her voice and her hands anchoring mine. I saw myself as nothing, just someone to be used and discarded. I had hardened my heart, resigning myself to a joyless existence. She continues haltingly, growing emboldened by the word. But your kindness and warmth unlocked something in me. You saw me as a person worthy of laughter and love when I did not think that possible. Jasmine's smile trembles through her tears. With you, I learned I could hope and dream again. My life has meaning now beyond what I could have imagined. Her hands tighten around mine. You gave me back my spirit when I was convinced it was long dead. For that I vow here today to stand by your side as your true partner all our days. As she finishes, emotion clogs my throat. That this woman can still see such light in me after all she has endured is humbling. I kiss her hands, promising silently to spend my life proving worthy of her love and trust. I cradle Jasmine's face in my palms, smiling so widely that my cheeks ache. We did it, I whisper. You're really mine now. Jasmine covers my hands with hers. And you're mine, she returns softly. Overwhelmed with love, I pull her into a passionate kiss as our friends and family cheer raucously. This kiss marks the sealing of promises, spoken and unspoken. When we finally pull back, Jasmine rests her forehead against mine, nose nuzzling my cheek. No more need be said. Our souls understand one another perfectly at this moment. Our shining eyes speak volumes beyond the power of speech. This sacred ceremony binds our hearts and sets our lives on an incredible new journey together from this day onward. The crowd shouts their congratulations and flower petals drift down around us. I sweep Jasmine up into my arms without warning. Allow me to steal you away, my wife, I murmur, unable to keep the joyful lightness out of my voice. Jasmine drapes her arms around my neck contentedly as our friends and families wave us off amidst merry fanfare. She lets out a laugh as I carry her bridal style back down the silk banner-lined path toward the manor. I bring her inside, up the sweeping staircase, toward the east wing where my bedchamber is located. I know she has wondered about my private room since first arriving here. Now here I stand, carrying her over the threshold. It feels like a dream to have this remarkable woman as my wife. Never did I imagine such happiness could be mine after the darkness I have known. Yet Jasmine has made my most fanciful hopes reality. As I lay her gently onto the plush bed and gaze into her loving eyes, I think she is worth every trial that brought us here. Hand in hand, we turn the page to a future filled with joyful promise. "I love you," she whispers, pulling me into a kiss. Tonight marks the first step of our lives, joined as one, together at last.
Chapter 30. Jasmine. I hum softly to myself as I tend the roses in the garden. 6 months have passed since Karul and I wed, and I still feel as though I'm living in a blissful dream. Never have I known such happiness. As I prune one of the bushes, I prick my thumb on a thorn. I frown slightly at the bead of blood welling up. Just then, Karul comes up behind me and takes my hand. "You should be more careful, my love," he tuts, wiping the blood away with his handkerchief. I smile ruefully at him. Some things never change. I'm still my clumsy old self around these roses. Karul chuckles and pulls me close. "Well, try not to mar that lovely skin. I have a surprise for you tonight, and I need you looking radiant." I perk up instantly, my sore thumb forgotten. "A surprise? What is it?" I ask excitedly, trying to get him to reveal more. That would spoil it," Karul says, tapping my nose. "You shall find out this evening. For now, finish your gardening, and I will see you inside shortly." He heads back in, leaving me buzzing with curiosity. I turn back to my roses, ploughing through the rest of the pruning impatiently. What surprise could Karul have in store? I cannot wait to find out. Karul takes my hand and leads me to the carved wooden doors. "Close your eyes," he instructs. I obey, buzzing with eager energy. He positions me forward a few steps, then says softly, "All right, open them." I blink my eyes open and immediately bring a hand to my mouth, stifling a gasp. There, standing awkwardly by the fireplace, is a teenage girl bearing an uncanny resemblance to my mother. "It can't be," I whisper through my fingers, trembling with a sudden onslaught of emotions. I take a hesitant step forward as if pulled by some unseen force. I stare at the teenage girl before me, tears blurring my vision. Could it really be? The girl shifts her feet, looking supremely uncomfortable. "Jasmine? It's me, Amara." Her voice triggers an avalanche of long-buried memories. My baby sister is now grown, alive. Overwhelmed, I rush forward and envelop her in a crushing embrace. Joyful sobs rack my frame. I have my family back. Karul's arms encircle us both, his quiet strength bolstering me as we cling together, reunited against all odds. "Amara," I rasp in disbelief. She nods, eyes welling up. A joyful sob bursts from me as I crush her in an embrace. My baby sister is now grown. I thought she was lost forever. I pull back to look at her, shaking my head in awe. "You were so small back then. How can you be here?" I touch her face wonderingly, almost fearing she will vanish. Strong arms encircle us both, Karul. "I never fully gave up searching for survivors," he explains gently. "I didn't want to raise false hopes, so I kept it from you until I was certain." Fresh tears spill down my cheeks. Karul gently brushes them away. "But then I found strong evidence she may have lived, and here she stands before you now." I turn my face into Karul's chest, overwhelmed with gratitude and love for this man. Not only did he reunite me with a piece of my family, but he did so out of quiet devotion, shielding me from disappointment. I cling to my husband and sister, hardly daring to believe this miracle. But their solid embrace reminds me, this is real. We 3 orphans have found family anew. I pull back from the embrace to get a good look at my sister, beaming through my tears. She's blossomed into a lovely young woman, though traces of the rambunctious child I knew still show in her features. "Oh, my sweet baby, look how you've grown," I exclaim, clasping her face in my hands tenderly. Amara flushes but smiles shyly. "I'm not a baby anymore," she protests weakly, leaning into my touch. I let out an incredulous laugh. "No, indeed not. But you'll always be my little sister." My voice catches on a happy sob. "I can't believe you're really here." I smooth Amara's hair back, still drinking in the miracle of having my family restored. "You're so beautiful now, just like Mother." At the mention of our mum, Amara's chin trembles. Without another word, I pull her close again, both of us crying and laughing together. The years apart melt away in this moment. When we finally separate, I turn my watery gaze to Karul, who watches over us protectively. I mouth, "Thank you," knowing I will never be able to fully express my gratitude for this precious gift. But I will spend every day trying. After we talk late into the night, Karul suggests Amara must be weary from her long journey here. He offers to show her to the chambers prepared for her. Amara's eyes widen with wonder when we enter the spacious, lavishly furnished room. "This is to be mine?" she asks incredulously, trailing a hand over the plush bedding. I give Karul's hand a grateful squeeze, still amazed at his thoughtfulness. He smiles warmly at Amara's reaction. "We want you to be comfortable here. Jasmine has missed you deeply all these years." His voice is kind, but tinged with subtle sadness. Amara turns back to us, looking confused. "But why? After so long apart, you barely know me." My heart aches at this. I go to her and grasp her shoulders. "You are my family, my only remaining family." I tip her chin up. "That means everything to me." Emotion swims in Amara's eyes. She embraces me fiercely. Over her shoulder I mouth, "Thank you" to Karul. Providing for my sister so generously means the world. As Amara takes in the lavish room, still looking somewhat stunned, I give her shoulder a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "This is just the beginning," I tell her kindly. "You will want for nothing here." She glances up at me with uncertainty. I give her my most reassuring smile. "You'll have your own private tutor to further your education, instruction in any subject you wish. And..." I watch with joy as Karul warmly welcomes Amara into her new chambers. "You'll have access to anything you want, any time you wish," he tells her. "Your every need will be provided for here." He gestures to the handmaiden standing nearby. "Maleficent will be your personal handmaiden. She's around your age, so I hope you two can become dear friends." Karul places a caring hand on Maleficent's shoulder. She too is a former freed woman, adjusting to this life of luxury. "I thought having a peer might ease your transition." I smile gratefully at my husband's thoughtfulness. He has gone above and beyond to ensure Amara feels comfortable, providing her with both friendship and material comfort. "I hope you'll find companionship and comfort in one another as you experience what wealth offers. Please rely on each other," he says. Amara looks thrilled to have a new friend who shares the novelty of this luxury. They grin at each other with the bashful excitement of girls at the start of a grand adventure. After we bid Amara good night, Karul draws me into his arms. "Having your sister back has made you so happy, my love. Seeing your joy fills me with light." I gaze up at him earnestly. "It was only possible because of you, Karul. After years adrift in darkness and grief, you gave me hope again." I caress his cheek, smiling through fresh tears. "You brought the sun back into my life, rediscovering family and love when I was convinced they were lost forever. That is your doing." Karul's eyes shine with emotion. He presses his forehead to mine. "We healed each other, my darling, pulled each other from the shadows." He kisses me tenderly. "Tomorrow is bright with promise for us all now." I wrap my arms around him, basking in the warmth of our love. My family restored, my husband's steadfast devotion, blessings I never dared dream would come to me. I love you, I whisper fervently. You are my world, my joy. Karul's response is to capture my lips once more. No further words are needed. The future awaits, illuminated by our love. Together we walk bathed in radiance toward all the sweet days yet to come. Seasons come and go in a blissful haze. Amara flourishes, embracing her lessons with enthusiasm, her confidence growing each day. Karul and I delight in nurturing her curiosity and talents. She brings such joy and laughter into our lives. Our family feels complete, yet continues expanding. One sunny morning, I surprised Karul with astonishing news. We are expecting our first child soon. Karul is overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of being a father. He spins me around and kisses me breathlessly. I have never seen him so happy. As my belly swells with our growing babe, Karul caters to my every need. He is impossibly tender and attentive. I have fallen deeper in love with him than I knew was possible. Soon I am waddling around our home like a duck, rubbing my aching back. Karul thinks I have never looked more beautiful. He talks to our unborn child each night, utterly smitten already. The months fly by in a rosy haze of family, love, and expectant bliss. The future unfolds before us brighter than we could have imagined. I have everything I never knew I needed: laughter, joy, purpose. My cup runneth over with blessings. Some nights I stare up at the ceiling, unable to sleep, dizzy with the enormity of this undeserved happiness. The girl who once cried herself to sleep in cold cells now awaits the arrival of her own babe, surrounded by laughter and light. My troubled past seems but a distant dream. Here, now, together, we have built a haven beyond any I could have conceived. I fall asleep each night, drunk on gratitude, love, and hope swelling in my heart. This new life within me is just the beginning.
Chapter 31. Karina. You there, a man calls, skin as dark as night, his sight set on a short woman beside me. Come! The club is full tonight. The dark elf's desire for human females is relentless. Every night, more come to quench their thirst for flesh. Scantily clad female slaves glide around the room, their delicate bodies decorated with silk and lace. They weave between the guests as they indulge their every desire. This is Eros, a sex club, and I am one of the lucky ones. Well, as fortunate as a human slave can be. You see, I am in the favour of the king. But there is a price for that. There is always a price. That's what keeps this place ticking. The air here is heavy and thick with the scent of sweat and lust. It clings to my skin as I sit at the jinreha. My fingers dance over the keys with practiced precision. The sultry notes echo through the dimly lit room, adorned with sensual artwork and velvet drapes. Those fingers of yours can sure weave magic, a half-drunk voice behind me says. I turn my head a little to see a slime ball of a dark elf with his tongue almost touching the floor. How'd you like to weave some magic on me? He laughs, thinking I have never heard that one before. Then I notice his friend hurry over. I continue to play. Maris, don't! There is an urgency in his friend's voice. What are you talking about? I was just getting started. I think she likes me, Maris states. The friend does him a favour and whispers into Maris's ear. The blood drains from Maris's face as his eyes flick toward me. I shall take my leave, Maris tells me. I ignore him. The position I've worked hard to gain affords me that. Damn king, I hear Maris mutter as he shuffles drunkenly back to his table. It's like this when the king isn't here, their leering eyes picturing me as their plaything. Yet, when the king is here, those eyes tend not to notice me. That's the fear the king brings. fear of his wrath keeps their desires at bay. I love to play the Jinryaha. Through it, I tell my story, my hurt, my worth, and play a tune of my future, far away from here. I look out and watch them dance, and even though I am in this vile place, I still get a chance to play and watch how my music brings pleasure, even if it is born from pain. But tonight, music can't be on my mind. The king will be expecting an update. Soon, his goodwill with me will run out with me, and that place is a place of dread. I know what he is capable of, and I need to avoid that at all costs. I lower the tone of my playing and focus on the conversations around me. "Did you hear about Lady Celeria?" A tipsy voice slurs nearby. "Apparently, she's pregnant, and it's not her fiancé's child." "Ha! That poor bastard!" another voice chuckles. My interest wanes. This gossip is hardly worth the king's attention. My ears remain vigilant for anything more worthwhile. "Beautiful as ever, dear," Lord Kilthar murmurs as he passes, his eyes raking over my body like a predator, sizing up its prey. I suppress a shudder and offer him a coy smile. "Thank you, Lord Kilthar," I reply, my voice laced with false sweetness. He chuckles and moves on, leaving me to wade through the sea of lascivious stares. He is irregular and comes across as kind and somewhat inept, but behind closed doors, he likes to tie girls up and inflict them with painful horrors that have left more than a few girls scarred. Around me, these scantily clad human slaves continue to dart between the guests, offering drinks and themselves. Their glazed expressions betray the emptiness within, their spirits broken by these dark elves. It's a stark reminder of what could have been my fate had it not been for the king. Focus, Karina. The night won't last forever, and you have uncovered nothing yet. The seriousness of that thought ties a knot in my stomach. "Did you hear about Lord Valera's new slave?" one dark elf whispers to another. "Quite a feisty one." "Indeed, but she'll be broken soon enough," comes the reply. "I hear his manhood is like a rod of justice." And they all howl with nasty laughter. Poor girl, nothing but a piece of well-dressed meat on a slab. I bite back a snarl and turn it into a sultry smile, but my fingers strike the keys with a bit more force, turning my anger into musical notes. "Hey, Karina!" I turn to see Molly, one of the girls. A pretty one with striking pale blue eyes and long blonde hair. She looks like she's been stealing drinks again, which only ends in trouble. "You okay?" I ask her. "Not really. I'm booked in with him," she says, pointing over to the corner at a dark elf sitting alone at a corner table sipping on a drink. "He's trouble. He doesn't come in that much, but there is always trouble when he does." "Keep your wits about you, be careful," I tell her. "Oh, I will. I've had enough of their crap. If he plays ball, fair enough. If not," Molly opens her mouth and a small razor blade is on her tongue. "Don't do anything silly," I urge her. "Wouldn't dream about it," she says as she does a girlish twirl, snaking her arms and hands in the air as she moves across the room towards her fate. "Don't think about it. She'll be okay. It's just for her protection. She won't use it. And even if she does, you have to worry about yourself, girl." I lock that conversation away in the depths of my mind. As the chat and laughter swirl around me, my music washes over the room like a warming breeze, igniting the senses and desires of those in the club. But not mine. Tonight, I must gather information for the king. I notice a table with some new guests. I position myself on my stool as close to them as possible. 2 dark elves that have a touch of nobility about them. "Where are our drinks?" one of them shouts, sticking his nose into the air and darting his ugly eyes about the room. One of the girls hurries over with a tray. "What took you so long, woman?" The other one barks at the frightened girl. Sorry, sir, won't happen again. The girl bites her lip and places their drinks before them. You can be sure of that, the dark elf barks as he grabs the girl and pulls her over his knee. He raises his hand and brings it down firmly on her buttocks. I can only imagine the sting. Oh, Casper, you're such a hoot. The other claps his hands and bounces up and down excitedly. Let that be the first of many lessons you will learn this evening, Casper says as he pushes the girl from his knee. She falls to the floor but quickly picks herself up. Yes, sir, she says. More drinks? The other dark elf calls out to her. She hurries off, another girl with a long night ahead of her. I decided to give these two my ear for a while. I haven't seen them before, but they look like informed elves about town with just the right amount of self-entitlement. I think she enjoyed that, my man, the dark elf tells Casper. They always do, Casper says, slipping on his drink. Now, tell me, Cassus, what are these rumours I have been hearing? Ah, I thought there was a reason for this unexpected treat, Cassus replies. I smile softly, a wicked gleam in my eye as my ears pick up. I could be on to something here. Well, it seems Goose has been gathering support, Cassus tells him, his voice low, almost a whisper. There must be something in this. Really? From whom? Casper replies. Can't say for sure, but if he keeps bolstering his numbers and winning favour like this, things could get interesting, Cassus replies. Interesting is an understatement. This tidbit of information is precisely what I need for the king. Then, an interruption. Gentlemen, I would like to apologise for earlier. Having such noble elves as yourselves in our humble club is an honour. In light of that, I would like to show you to one of our VIP areas. It's Handel, one of the Eros managers. Damn him, I would like more, but I will settle for what I have heard. This evening just gets better, Cassus says. Make sure that girl is reserved, Casper tells Handel. Of course, she is ours to do as you please, Handel replies. Excellent. Come, Cassus, and we shall talk further of this matter over a cold drink and some warm holes, Casper says. Cassus claps again with delight as they disappear through the club to the VIP rooms with Handel. I return to my music, knowing that tonight has been a success. It's getting late. Soon another night will be over, and these filthy elves will stumble home to their wives, and we, the girls, will be left alone to dream. Yet, I'm intrigued. Who is this Gooser, and why exactly is he gaining support? It seems I have a tale for a king.